Let's see it. Got
Yeah. Oh, I love this song. Great stuff. What's up, everybody? Let me get that funky space age beat going, and we're gonna get into the show. Love that shit. There we go. Now we're getting that space age funky beat going. What's up, everybody? Ah, have a day off and look what happens. Is it gonna work or what? There you go, StreamYard. Jeez. What's up, everybody? Man. Got well rested last night. Hung out in the mod chat all night in case anybody wanted to chit chat. Pretty fun. What's up, Kid Kitty? Kelly Miller, what's up? 80 quarters. What's up? Interesting icon picture. What is that? What's up, Skittles? How you doing? Man, I can't. Oh, you're all over the place, Skittles. You're doing awesome. What's up, Commercial Zone? Vacated the trial order, not unexpected. Yeah, there. We'll be getting into that document that came out today. Freaking Mike. What's up, Dre? Listening for now. About ready to eat steaks, brats, and dogs on smoker. Damn, steak fries too. You know, I just got done eating and I'm fucking starving now. Wow, that sounds good. What's up, Sarah Sweetness? Oh yeah, what's up, Kevin Kraft? What's up, buddy? Kevin Kraft will be. Let me know if you're still getting that game, bro. Because we're going to be doing some more Police Simulator coming up. And I'm going to be hanging out at the lounge a little bit more too. I want to get in. There's some shows I want to watch with. If anybody wants to watch them, Fact or Fiction Beyond Belief. If you guys remember that one, I just remembered that one recently. I was like, ooh, that'd be good. Unsolved mysteries, all sorts of stuff. What's up, Gloria? Over at the lounge. Plus, I was thinking about doing some other shit on there too. With the Xbox. Thank you so much, Kelly. Appreciate that. Good evening, Catastrophe. Love the new icon photo. It looks very peaceful. Caddy, what's up? One of the best icon photos on YouTube right there. Love it. Smiley. Look at that. Whoa. Whoa, that was crazy. Cool icon photo as well. Smiley, what's up? So we're going to be getting into some stuff tonight, but fingers crossed. I think I'm going to have the architect on again tomorrow, hopefully. And hopefully I'll be able to have him up on panel at one point too. I know it's tough out there, and then trying to find the right equipment and stuff. That's right, Kay. Thank you, Bad Slave. Appreciate that. You got it. Hey, say please on Twitter again. If you she's amazing. If you know anybody, or even if you want to give a gift, it's a great way to gift even a content creator, somebody, seriously, go follow, say please, on Twitter. There's the link right there. All you have to do is send her a DM, and she. I mean, I'm telling you, like when I was first uh, introduced to what she can do, we were doing it was when I was on vacation there, and we got together on Discord one night, and she was screen sharing like how she makes it, and it's just like whoa. And then you see all the different layers that she uses, and you're like, holy crap! Trust me, well worth it. Amazing stuff. She's awesome. Definitely uh, go hit her up. Thank you. I appreciate that, Mama J. It's good for you guys now, but it'll end up getting muted tomorrow. So it's like, who watches the whole thing on replay anyway, right? Usually on replay, they're probably just like, shh, that's right. It always is. That's the beautiful thing. And that's why I want to say thank you to the community, because every freaking night has just been beautiful, and uh it's just been a blessing, to be able to um the community, and how we can maintain that no matter what. I appreciate that. And thank you all, for being around too. It means a lot to me. I never forget. So I just want to say thank you. What's up, Nana? What's up? What's up? I am my dude. It looks, yes, I can't wait, bro. I was telling somebody, I was like, dude, that could be like another part of your channel, bro. Just saying. Oh, snap, Sharon. What's up? What's up? But we will get you. Yes. Oh, yeah. Me and Architect, we've been chatting back and forth this week. I'm excited. And I am going to show that to you guys too. I want to say shout out to Architect as well. I appreciate you, bro. Hit me up, and he's like, hey man, shot me out the video, the link, the download, and he was like, you're more than welcome, bro. And I'm like, wow, man, that's so amazing. You know what I mean? When you can link up with other content creators, and you can do stuff to make a difference, and try and make a difference for these victims in these cases and stuff. Because what are we all out here doing? We're questioning the shady shit, some people can question it in chat. Some people can only question it in their mind. There's other people that can question it with a voice. There's all different levels, What's up, Renee? Coral Beauty, what's up? What's up? Oh, look at that. Oh, snap. Thank you. That's cute. Appreciate that. Yes, I know. Hopefully, I think he's coming on the show again tomorrow. I think. I'm pretty sure. I know he's trying to get a mic, because I'd love to have him up on panel, because if we can get him up on panel, we can screen share and we can do all that stuff. And I don't know what's up with my camera. All of a sudden it got fuzzy. I don't know what that means. So, and speaking of, Brandy has her boogie shoes on. Brandy Wine, what's up? Oh my gosh. Celebrate the good times. Come on. Well, I do want to show a quick video. And then, so this is what's going to be the format for tonight. And don't forget, tomorrow, daytime true crime. I'll be on at 9 a.m. Eastern, and we'll be going all day. I will be joined by Silky Southern Tea. Silky Southern Tea is going to join us tomorrow. Architect, I believe. And I believe Yoli. And speaking of, let me send an email to her, because we are finishing up the DNA stuff. And with tonight, we are going to watch a couple videos. I'm going to read the latest document, and then we're going to get into the last part of the DNA. Let me see here. 1 second here. because I think it's been awesome being able to highlight Yoli on here. And really, let me see here 1 second. What's up, typically unique? Casey Flynn, what's up? Mike D, what's up? So I'm going to be joined by them tomorrow, the architect, I believe. And then we're going to be covering breaking news. We're going to be covering the Koberger stuff. We're going to be covering, where's my list? It's a whole bunch. We're going to be covering the Rachel Morin, Lucas Anderson, Katie Spacito, body cams, more Vargas stuff, Karen Reed. We're going to be covering a lot of stuff tomorrow. So if you're bored, come on, hang by. Tomorrow we'll be here all day. So, and then tomorrow night I'm going to be hanging out on Silky Southern Tea's show. We're going to be hanging out on her channel tomorrow night. And then I'll probably do a hangout show after that where we just kind of hang out and chit chat and bullshit or whatever. 1 second here. Let's see. Oh, I wish every day. I wish, but we'll get there soon. I got my K cup. Oh, that thing. Ooh, yum. So good. With the bells on. I already have the notification out there. All right. So, man, I love that song in the beginning. That was a great song to get pumped up to. All right. Let me see. Where is that video? Shout out Architect. Appreciate you. And I'm going to get the Twitter and the YouTube so you can follow both. Give me 1 second. Oh, come on. Sorry. It's going slow. Oh, yeah, there's some. Oh, wait till you see these other videos. And we'll be checking out that Crime Circus video either tonight or tomorrow, too. The TNT body cam video, we'll be checking out that either tonight or tomorrow. We'll be definitely checking those out. Okay. So here's the YouTube Architect channel. So here's this. Give me 1 second. Definitely go show some love. Only 66 subs. Come on now. 65. All right. Here is the link for the YouTube channel. Shout out Architect. Appreciate your hard work and efforts in the community. And as always, I like to throw that up there. All right, there we go. Give me 1 moment and we are going to check out that new video. And I will also throw the Architect's Twitter handle up there as well. All right, so here's a video. Now this is, and me and Architect, we're gonna do some stuff here in the future. I appreciate this dude so much. Definitely, I'm gonna share some ideas, and I think we're gonna do some collab stuff if he's interested. All right, so here is BK's. Come on, computer. BK's alleged whereabouts. Yeah. BK's alleged whereabouts on 11/13/22. Now I am gonna have to mute the video, okay? Because I can't. I'll end up having to mute everything. So here is all the information right here. I want to say appreciate you so much. Oh yeah, look at that! You got a few more subs. Here we go. Come on, go show the Architect some love. Come on now. And if you're on replay, show some love as well. This is going to be good shit. All right, here's the video. Alleged whereabouts. This is going to be interesting. Can't wait. If you haven't seen it, here it is. Uh, but I can't. Sorry. Sorry. What's up, Natalie? How you doing tonight? Google Earth. Thank you, Brandywine. Appreciate that. Wow, this is pretty cool. It's like it's like what a drone would be doing, but using Google Earth. That's a pretty creative idea. Because really, you're getting like a drone view without having a drone there. Wow, this is pretty crazy.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, Yoli? This is pretty cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Good evening. This is pretty cool. The architect who called last week, Yoli, in the show, he made this. And this is the title is Brian Koberger's alleged whereabouts on 11/13/22. Basically using Google Earth. There's the apartments. Using Google Earth. Wow, the elevation right there.
Mm.
Wow. Yeah, it is because when you're looking at the Banfield body cam,
So this is the drive?
it's elevated as it goes up. This is all the alleged whereabouts on 11/13/22 with the timestamps and how many passes and the address.
Hi, everybody.
This is
Interesting.
pretty neat. Yeah, I've never used Google Earth before.
I have, but not for this.
Here's the link to the video if anybody wants it for their playlist.
It does feel like you're in a plane.
Yeah, it's like a drone, but you don't have a drone there. You're using Google Earth. And then all the timestamps and stuff. That's so neat. It kind of gives you a different perspective, you know.
It does. It kind of looks like a place where you'd want to drive. I don't know.
Seeing right there, see that darkened path right there? That's that path that comes from the stairs all the way to the right, the stairs next to the house, and then it comes all the way around, and it's like a walking path. And if you're looking at it, now here's the thing. This is a crazy thing, is that you don't see any pictures in front of it beyond 2007 on Google. But when you walk down the street to the corner of King Road and Queen Road, then you get 2021, 2022, 23. So when you're looking at the house, and it's obviously that whole street is cleared out, redone, I mean, all them houses right there in that block got remodeled or added. 1112 wasn't even there. There's a bunch of trees in 2007 on Google. But when you go to the corner, all of a sudden the shit's cleared out. There's a fucking house there now. So there was that whole block. We did watch a little bit of it. It was like the rezoning committee or something, and they were discussing.
Oh God, that was. I remember listening to
Remember that? Yeah. And how they were like
and
trying
it sounded
to
like they didn't even know what they were talking. Like they didn't know what they were talking
yeah,
about.
like the zones and how you could make this the address
like,
and all this. Yeah, and that's what they were doing. It was I think it was like 2017, 18, 19, somewhere around there. They went in there and like even 1122 had a garage in front of it until a few years ago, and they totally like redid that whole block. But even when in 2007, now I haven't seen the front of the house now, but back in 2007, the back of the house was there. The front of the house was in the back where this walk path is. Now, is there a camera that pointed straight out to the sliding glass door from that property? Because that's pretty damn close. It's a lot closer than anything else would have been. And the camera that's on 1112 is only pointing to the front and to the corner of those two roads. It doesn't go anywhere past.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an interesting video. It gives you a different. I would like to see what the front of that 1126, if it is the back of the house, what's the front, Now, when I'm looking at my Google guy before they took it away, you can see the patio and the porch right there. But it's like there definitely is like a pathway and there's a door. So if they would have footage security, I'm sure they would have it on the back too. I mean, usually people have more than one camera. There's multiple cameras in different angles, different directions, so you can get everything. So it makes you wonder, like, how did Kaylee's sister know that
they got
out of the
home?
car?
They got out of the car.
Yeah. How'd she know they got out of the car? How'd she know?
Yeah,
that
there has
they
to be some
took
kind of
the
footage.
dogs that they took the dog out. 1126, I think, because that's going to show you if you're taking your dog out. It's going to show you what time you got home. It's going to show you that you got home.
Right.
It might even show you that you got out of the car. Because if you're looking at...
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. If you're looking at what?
I mean, if you're looking at the Google guy where I can see the parking lot, I can see the freaking porch of 1126. So you could definitely probably see a vehicle pulling up too. It had to catch a lot of stuff.
Had to, yeah. Mm-hmm. Had to.
So I don't see the camera at 700 something Queen Road picking up all that. I don't.
No.
The only camera that makes sense is 1126 King Road. What's up, Sleuthman? How you doing tonight? Sorry, it took me
the one, yeah.
Yeah, sorry it took me a minute to do that. It's been a busy week, so I apologize about that, sleuthing. What's up, Fancy Nancy? This is Brian Koberger's alleged whereabouts on 11/13/22 using Google Earth. I think it's pretty cool. Pretty creative. What's up, Shelly? How you
Where he
doing?
was driving. Yeah.
New icon photo, huh? Yeah, like all the places he supposedly was at.
Yep. But it looks like it would be a peaceful drive, just open road.
Right. Mm-hmm. A lot of like terrain, different levels of terrain too. I can imagine the landscape in the fall. I can just imagine.
Yeah.
Because I think like the mountains of Tennessee and West Virginia and Ohio or like even Pennsylvania in the fall is just amazing. Just the different elevation levels and the different colors and all that shit is just like damn. What an awesome planet. Oh, okay. So this is the drive leaving the crime. Mm-hmm. Wow, this is neat.
Wow, look at that.
Mm-hmm. What's up, Coral? I've heard from the... Oh, I'm sure. I mean, that's where they got a lot of their 51 terabytes from. You can take any white vehicle that looks similar, and I mean, hell, we even have people on YouTube doing it, putting in all sorts of different vehicles on it.
And did it catch a license plate number? That's what I want to know.
That's the crazy thing. Like when you go Google guy and walking around, you know, even where his vehicle was supposedly caught on surveillance before the crime took place, you're like, you go up and down these city streets and you look at these traffic lights, and they all have cameras attached to them in every direction. So even if it is 2, 3, 4 in the morning, it's
why they would
the most lit area.
Yeah, that's true. And I don't know. I've not seen any footage that has his license plate. And you know,
this is the thing. Well, this is the thing. If they did have the license plate, which honestly, what footage are you going to look at first? You're going to look at Pullman and Moscow, the city street footage. That's what's going to give you your best images. Then you're going to start to break it down to neighborhoods and ring cameras. You're going to start with the highest quality first. Your street cameras, your city cameras, which you have the quickest access to as soon as possible. So you have not only the best access, but you have the best quality. And if you had a picture of a plate, because I don't think you're getting one off a ring camera, it would have to come off a city camera. And if you have a picture of a plate, then why in the hell were you looking for a Sentra? Why in the hell were you looking for a 2011 to 2013 Hyundai Elantra? If you had the plate, because if you had the plate, then you already know that it's a 2015. It makes absolutely no sense. So I don't think they even have a picture of a freaking license plate, which doesn't make sense because it's like you have all this footage of the car going here and here and here and here and here and here. But it drove all over through the city before and after. Where's the license plate? Where's the missing hubcap?
And you know, elderly people who are on the jury, because maybe you might get some retired people that might be on the jury. I think that's the first thing that they're gonna want is like there's footage. Okay, but where's the license plate? Only because they, they're not into technology, or they may not be so sophisticated with technology, but they do know license plates, just like they know fingerprints. So elderly people who come on the jury, they may those are the first things that they will likely want to see, or and I haven't seen it. And why would they hide that? Why would that be gagged?
You think that would be put? Think of an Amber Alert, everybody. Fucking the shit's posted. Boom, right there. Why would you? If you had a picture of the plate, then I'm sure you would have put it out. You're not going to sit there and say, if you see any people, suspects driving this model of vehicle, it's like the first vehicle was a Sentra. It was a Sentra that they were looking for.
Yeah.
Then it switched to something else.
And Fancy Nancy says, Yoli, I'm one of those older people, LOL. No, I'm just saying, that, you might, the technology might not be, they might, people who are in the jury who are elderly and retired, they may not be up on technology, but like I said, they do know license plates. They do know fingerprints,
Mm-hmm. They have to have
something.
Yeah. I'm just saying, you have all them cameras, and the think about it. They have the cameras on the streets that can snap your ass for speeding and shit, and have a picture of your fucking plate zoomed in on it and everything. You did this, pay the damn $28 ticket, like, come on.
They have your face there.
No. I mean, the fucking plate's like zoomed in like this. You're like, yep, that's me. Can't get out of it. It's you. But yeah. So this is pretty interesting. I'm going to share this again. Here's the link to the architect's video. Very neat. I like how they did that. He did that. Definitely not his route without... What?
Without specific live plates dry?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Out to dry?
Out to dry?
Oh, it's his drive without specific live plates.
No. The phone was supposedly off, remember?
Oh, evidence.
Okay. The phone was supposedly off, remember? So when it's leaving the crime, that's where you get this route, because that's where the phone was pinging. Okay.
Yeah,
that's where it's all footage and surveillance. Because they look at the PCA. It says it in the PCA. The cell phone was pinged until this time, and then it was shut off, and then it came back on, and then it was pinged leaving Moscow. So, and then everything in between is surveillance. Well, how did you know that they were going down the interstate after they left Stadium in Nevada? How did you know they were going north on Nevada when they got noticed on Stadium in Nevada? How'd you know they were going north? Because if they were heading towards the interstate, they would have been going west, not north. So why going north? Why'd you say north? Yeah, I'll be watching that either tonight or tomorrow. And that's what we're going to be doing tonight. I don't know. We're going to be going into the last part of this DNA stuff. There's a couple of vids I want to show you. Then we're going to get into the last testimony, the middle witness. And then after that, then we'll go ahead and chit chat. And I was either going to check out some of these other videos, but if we don't get to that stuff tonight, I'm definitely getting into it tomorrow, because I'm getting into Idaho 4, Karen Reed, Rachel Morin, Kathy Sposito, Lucas Anderson, BTK. I'm getting into a lot of these other topics and stuff. And then whatever comes out for breaking news when it breaks. Because that's, it's daytime true crime. I'm going to be covering a little bit of something in any of the breaking news that pops out. And then Silky Southern Tea will be joining us tomorrow. You're more than welcome to if you'd like to, Yoli. And I think the architect's going to be calling in again tomorrow as well. So it's going to be a long show full of a whole bunch of stuff. I'll be on at 9 a.m. Eastern, and we'll be going all day. And then in the evening, I'll be going to hang out with Silky Southern Tea on her channel for a little bit. So definitely go check her out. And then I'll be coming back for a hangout show after that, just to come hang out with everybody and chill and kick back and whatever. The black box thing only comes, yes. And I wanted to. That was something on Twitter. That was
is
being
that right?
discussed. Yeah, I don't know how I got tagged in it, but I don't know. There's a
The black
bunch of
box
me and
thing.
Sleuthy and who else was it? It was like me and Sleuthy and some else. There's a huge Miziaka Patricia. I don't know who that is. Let me see. It's something about Ice Castle. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how I got into this conversation, but it was something about architect was talking about something, and it had to do with the fact that it only activates, I guess, when there's an accident. Let me see here. Where did that go? I can't remember. Yeah, it like only activates when there's an accident or something like that. So, and it's like more like a diagnostic thing. So it keeps a report. So basically, like if you get into an accident or something, it reads everything that took place, so that way you can't lie about what happened. The car will tell them what happened. You know, it has like this thing where if something takes place, it has like this. It's like a constant, continual record kind of thing, but it doesn't start to save. It just kind of keeps going and going and going and going. So that way, if something does happen, it can replay the last so many minutes or whatever. So it shows did you slam on your brakes? Did you hit the gas? Did the car stutter? Just different things like that. Not as in it's tracking your every movement from A to B to C to D to E. That's not what it does. Just imagine if it did. The amount of memory that would need to continually record your own. I just don't see how that would work. To be able to do that, all of it. So Payne is guessing half the time. Telling might be some expert. See which of our kids. Right? Yeah, you got Life 360. That's true. Life 360, though. I know a lot of people use that. That's how they keep their make sure their kids are safe and all that. Yes, that's true too.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keep the
Interesting.
Yeah, so let me show this video to you guys. So I wanted to show you the one from Architect. Come on, computer. I don't know why it always puts me at the top. Okay, waives his right to a speedy trial. Oh, okay, here we go. This is breaking points. This came across a little bit ago, and I was like, "Ooh, this is a great video for tonight." We had checked out one of their shows the other day. Can't remember what it was for, but it was pretty interesting. It was that fun. I think it was that last show that we did where that guy
About the
was like
20.
cheesy,
Mm.
the cheesy funny
Yeah, the
guy.
23andMe.
Yeah, yeah, the cheesy funny guy.
Yeah.
So,
The 20.
so this is breaking points. This is FBI compiling vast American DNA database. So, do they even need permission anymore? I guess is a good way to ask. Right?
Oh, the database.
Well, I mean, I know they do now. It said this video right here says that they're compiling a vast American DNA database.
Oh, so I figured out the settings on
Let's
the
go to our next
23andMe.
story. This is a very
Whoa.
important one.
Hold on
okay,
a second.
Weinstein has been staying.
There we go. Okay.
Yeah,
go.
I figured out the settings on the 23andMe that Vargas was talking about when
Yeah.
you go into your settings. And I did opt out of having anybody look into my DNA, but I did opt into research. So that's why they're sending me questions about research, because I opted in for that they could use my data for research. So I went ahead and opted out of that as well. But yeah, I found the settings. I would not have known that was there, but for Vargas.
Yeah, because she even said most people don't even know.
No, I would have never known. Yeah.
Only got to record 10 to 15. Yeah. It's not gonna record your. I mean, come on, think about it. Like, if it recorded everything, if it
on the car,
that would be you. The battery, the flash drive or memory bank would be in your damn trunk, because it was like to record everything. I mean, geez. Can you imagine if it glitched out? Hang on, if you opt out, but you... Whoa,
so
that's a good question. That's a good question.
That's a good question. Because I think I have... Well, I don't know.
That is a good question.
I gotta find that out. Let me write that down.
Yeah, that's a good question. To cover that shoddy.
Yeah, I'm gonna find that out.
That too, commercial zone. Yeah, that's a great question. Definitely a great question. Okay.
Every time
this is breaking point.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. No,
I was gonna say, every time I come on here, I get something new to look at, and I learn something new about this whole genetic DNA.
That was a good question. That was a really good question. Thank you, Sleuthen. Really, that was a great.
That was a great question. I didn't even think of that.
How do you answer it? Like, man, gosh, because you could answer either way, really. Like, if you think about it, like, but then again, I keep going back to your email about the whole click for the result thing for dad and brother.
Yeah. So yeah, I haven't clicked on it, and I'm going to eventually, but watch, it may not even be what I'm thinking. I don't know, but we'll see. To be continued.
To be continued. All right, give me 1 second. Let me put in the breaking points. I thought I did this already. All right, and then we're going to watch this. Now, this is that they're compiling a vast American DNA database. What?
Dang on this, and it's actually uncovered some really crazy data. Let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. The FBI is hoovering up DNA at a pace that rivals China and currently owns 21 million samples and counting. One of the reasons I actually found the story especially fascinating is it details the Byzantine laws which the FBI is using, both in loopholes and also explicitly, to gain more DNA samples from American citizens at a faster pace than ever before. He writes, quote, that the FBI aims to nearly double its currently $56 million budget for dealing with the DNA catalog, with an additional $53 million per year for its budget request of fiscal year 2024. In an April 23 statement to Congress, the FBI revealed that the significantly expanded DNA processing requirements of the FBI and were collecting some 90,000 samples per month. Some of this, Crystal, is based upon federal law, where there is a database of the combined DNA index system that goes across all 50 states, which stipulates that originally, just if you were a violent or a sexual offender, they were going to take a DNA sample for you for reference in the future. That eventually was then lowered down to like the misdemeanor level of crime. It eventually got to the point where if you are now even a person of interest in a crime, even if you've never been convicted in a crime, that you can have your DNA legally obtained. And is now expanding to the point where even in airports and in ports of entry, they are hoovering up DNA samples, and basically through a quasi-legal loophole are expanding this with no recourse, no due process about the invasive privacy nature of any of this, that rapidly expands so they can just do with this data for whatever purposes that they want. Don't forget, there was, I forget which, it was the Golden State Killer, I want to say, the serial killer, who they were able to find him decades after he had committed his last crime. And he was a horrible serial killer, to be clear, where they checked his past DNA against open databases of like Ancestry.com, of like people who had submitted samples. They were able to obtain like a search warrant or whatever for these, and were able to connect it back to him via a semi-distant relative of his who had submitted their DNA to one of these like ancestry websites, which raised a lot of questions. I'm not saying it wasn't good that we caught him. I think it's great. He'll die in jail,
up, Sonny?
That's good, especially recourse for his victims. But it really opened my eyes, that particular case, where I'm like, wow, man. I mean, the way that they are able to use this, it doesn't just implicate you. I mean, if they even have a very distant relative or whatever of yours, they can quite easily use that should they ever want to in any of these types of scenarios. Very creepy when you start to think about it.
I think there's a lot to say about this. First of all,
What's up, Bianca?
comments about where this started and where this ended up really illustrates the problem, the slippery slope with the security state. So it starts in a place that basically everyone would support, like sex offenders.
Right.
We're taking their DNA, right? We're gonna track this. We're gonna keep track of it to try to protect the public, and it would be
reasonable.
It'd be very hard to find a person who could be like, no, you're not gonna do that. But you start in this place that is 100% justifiable and that would have broad public support. And then over the years, it just expands and it expands and it expands and it expands and it expands. And another thing that comes out of this is part of why their DNA tracking and database has really exploded in recent years. Not all of, but part of why is because under Trump, there was an order to start collecting the DNA information of undocumented immigrants. So this program starts under Trump. At the time, because it's Trump, it's very controversial. Well, guess what? Now Biden's in office. He's kept the same order in place and no one says shit about it.
Right.
So it just continues to expand. The other piece of this is now obviously, the technology has gotten much better. It's become much easier and much faster with a lot less resources expended in order to catalog and identify DNA. So as the technology, actually we have a quote from this article that makes this point exactly. They say the database is likely to continue proliferating as DNA tech becomes more sophisticated, pointing to the advent of environmental DNA, which allows for DNA to be collected for ambient settings like wastewater or air. Goes on to say, just by breathing, you're discarding DNA in a way that can be traced back to you. So as the technology becomes more sophisticated and more seamless, you can expect this.
It's considered discarding? Is that what?
Abandoning or discarding your DNA. Well, you have to breathe.
But you're not discarding
water?
it. You're not discarding it though. That's throwing it in the garbage, no? Like your
wastewater and air, or air.
what's the word, like transferring it. You're not getting, I mean, I don't know, I'm
Yeah, it's a
confused.
human function. It's a human function that's being used against you. But on the other hand, they have to be able to match it to somebody. So I mean, yeah, they can get all the DNA in the wastewater and the air, but they have to be able to match it. But what if they do? I mean,
Yeah,
and that's just too crazy. Think about.
I don't know, it, to me it makes it sound like it's, like, oh, you discarded it, it's okay, we can, we can do whatever we want with it, kind of shit, because you discarded it.
Yeah,
It's like, no,
yeah,
I didn't
yeah. So
discard it.
I'm sorry. There's a little delay. I don't want to cut you off. Are you done?
Yeah,
Okay.
no problem.
Oh, so Commercial Zone is asking if I know what the FBI has been doing has been challenged. Oh, I'm sure it's going to be if it hasn't already. I mean, I don't normally look at federal cases because I do, I'm a civil
Well,
California, but I'm sure it is going to be.
I don't know. This is something that was being talked about on Twitter with my name too. Something about that very subject. If there is any, I guess they can literally come unannounced. They can ask you whatever they want. It's just one of those things. And now, when it comes to what took place, Vargas, whether it was, according to Vargas, it was voluntary, on her signing, the fact that she didn't represent her testimony like she said and agreed to. And, then now you're talking legal ramifications for her, I believe, because you're committing perjury if you're lying under oath. And they're basically stating that she signed a stuff that she said she fully read but didn't.
Yeah.
So it was not true. It's a false statement. So
Well,
a false statement is,
right. But did you see the latest that there filed some document about the state not cross-examining her or something?
Oh, I'm sure. There's a new document I was gonna check out. Is that what it's to do with?
Yeah.
The one from today, the 31st.
Or yesterday.
Well, there was like 4 or 5
Okay.
that dropped yesterday. Do you know which one it
I
was?
think it was yesterday.
Because I can go to it. There's like
It was a
whole
notice of
bunch.
intent. We can
Notice
finish
of
the video
intent.
though if you want to finish. Notice of intent
Yeah,
to not.
I'll finish this.
Yeah.
Notice of intent. Okay, I'll get that one ready too.
Okay.
Let's see. Yeah, well, okay, I see it right now. A couple of days ago. All right, hold on.
Likely to continue proliferating as DNA tech becomes more sophisticated, pointing to the advent of environmental DNA, which allows for DNA to be collected for ambient settings like wastewater or air. Goes on to say, just by breathing, you're discarding DNA in a way that can be traced back to you. So as the technology becomes more sophisticated,
Thompson should have asked some questions there. That's what should have happened. Not wait until it's over and then run to people.
And more seamless, you can expect this program only to expand further. There's been an effort to increase the budget around collecting and tracking and storing all of this information. And, on the what people would say on the other side is, hey, you pointed to the Golden State serial killer. Isn't it good that we were able to identify this person and bring them to justice after all of these years? Isn't that a good thing? Of course it is. But it's also important to keep in mind, number one, that on the other side of the ledger is the millions and millions of completely innocent people who now the government has all of this personal, private information about. That's number one. But number two, DNA hasn't even been that effective overall in terms of identifying those who committed crimes and prosecuting them. Ken writes in this piece, DNA has played an important role, but less than 3% of the profiles have assisted in cases. By comparison, fingerprints collected by the FBI from current and former federal employees linked them to crimes at a rate of 12% each year, according to testimony from the Bureau back in 2004 when fingerprint technology was far less sophisticated. The implication being that it probably is an even higher match rate at this point. So, it's really troubling. Our own intelligence agencies raised a lot of justified questions and concerns about the rate at which China was hoovering up and tracking all of this DNA information from their own citizens. And it turns out we're doing the exact same thing at the exact same pace and rate and size and scope and scale.
Yeah, that's the creepy part too about about the way that it's collected. And one of the important things to underscore about what he said is, we have this idea from TV and from movies that it is used, to great effect in many cases. And it is in some murder and rape investigations. But the vast majority of crimes and stuff don't entail those. Those are actually quite rare, on a macro scale. So then it comes to the question of well, what are we going to do with all this? And then also, to what end, in the future? I've told the story before about how, I entered into the United States from Mexico. I was coming in through a port of entry. And even though I'd never signed up for global entry and I'd never, given any facial recognition or whatever, my face was used in a pilot program by the CBP, I think it was the CBP when I was re-entering the United States. And I had never consented to any of this. Yeah. And they're just straight up using facial recognition software. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those where what? I'm I never asked for this. Wait, if they can do this here, what is stopping them from doing the entire country? Actually, the answer is nothing, in terms of whatever, especially when you're coming back in. This is just where it's so direct because you're looking directly into the camera. How many times are you on camera and then somebody is scanning your face? Again, look, you can make a reasonable case. You're what? You don't think we should have that for everybody who comes into the country? I don't know. All right. But, at the very least, there needs to be some actual transparency and investigation or oversight into this, because when you just start collecting vast DNA samples of your entire population to basically no end, and you have this readily accessible to law enforcement, with what do they need in order to tap it? Are we making sure there are proper safeguards and all these things in place? You're real just one step away from a very bad situation where this data is used for nefarious purposes.
And it happens and it expands with no notice, little debate, no explanation to the American people of what the pluses and minuses might be, what the risks and what the benefits. It just happens. And from, a small program, really targeted, to, basically as much information and data and DNA as they can possibly get their hands on over the course of, several decades. That's how we see the size and scope of the security state just continue to creep and creep and creep across administrations. This one is truly bipartisan, right? Happened under Trump, happened under Biden, I'm sure happened under Obama, certainly happened under George W. Bush. It's the uniparty is really involved in this expansion, and very, very little scrutiny of it ever. So, kudos to Ken Klippenstein for doing this kind of reporting and exposing to all of us what is actually going on here.
Hey guys, if you like that video, go to breakingpoints.com, become a premium subscriber, and help us build the best independent media organization on the planet.
That's right. We're subscriber funded. We're building something new. We want to replace the...
Everything is bugging out. Sorry about that. What's up, baby boop? How you doing tonight, my friend? High level supervisor guy works for security in the hospital. Trying to buy. Yeah. Yeah. Because they want to know what they have to look out for. That's why a lot of these other avenues of medicine can't even be pursued because of the big pharma. It's such a humongous giant that it's the amount of money is just crazy. Why would they want to come up with cures? And they make a hell of a lot more money off the medicine.
Right.
Okay, so I wanted to show that. Give me 1 second. There's something else. And then we'll get into that final testimony. What's up, Silky? She had a great show on. Silky, if you'd ever want to see if she would like to hop on, and if you want to come on too, so we could highlight that case some more, just let me know. Like with you too.
With who? Are you saying me?
Silky Southern Tea. She had a show on a case in Kokomo or something like that. And I guess there's like all this evidence, but nothing's being done. There's not even a chain of custody.
God.
Seriously. But
I don't know why that happened.
yeah. Sorry, this is taking my computer forever here. I'm trying to get to this next video. Okay, now I don't know. I don't know. I haven't checked this video out yet. But this is some more of the CC Moore stuff, but this is her on a different channel, ISHI News. So I'll share the link with them. Let me see here. What's up, Heavy Metal? Yeah, Silky, can you let everybody know what case? I apologize, I don't remember the name. I hopped in and then I was hanging out for a bit while I was getting ready for the show, and I heard little bits and parts of it. I was like, oh my gosh. Okay, so this is a 2020 keynote address, resolving a case of unknown identity through genetic genealogy. This is a video from CC Moore where she's discussing this. Then we'll go into the last testimony, and then after that we'll chit-chat, go through documents, discuss the case, and all that other stuff. Tanner Barton. That's who it is. Oh, thank you, Brandy One in True Crime. Hold on. Let me highlight that real quick. Thank you. I appreciate the cup of coffee. Secret Trevor case, and he's pretty amazed. International Symposium of what? Of Human Identification.
It's wonderful to see you all. I feel like things have come full circle for me here today, speaking at Ishi.
Oh, wow.
Do any of you recognize this? Now, I wouldn't expect that you would, but this was my introduction slide for Ishi 2014, the first time I spoke here, when I was just a genealogist. It was called The Power of Genetic Genealogy. Dr. Michael Baird had invited me to speak as part of his workshop, Genetic Genealogy, using DNA to determine ancestry. And when he invited me, I'm not so sure that he expected what he got. Because what I really wanted to talk about was the power of genetic genealogy. I wanted to demonstrate to this audience in this community the potential of what we could do in human identification, and possibly get people start thinking about what the future will bring. And so I spoke about how we had been using genetic genealogy in unknown parentage cases with success and solving mysteries. After my talk, we had a panel discussion, which was called Where the Technology is Headed, which was quite forward thinking and prescient, as it turns out. We had a really excited, enthusiastic discussion about how SNP genotyping and genetic genealogy could be applied to law enforcement. And I think everybody in that room started thinking about the future. This was one of my slides. I wanted to introduce to this community of law enforcement and forensic experts, professional genetic genealogists, and what we do. And among the things that I talked about was that we solve mysteries. And I don't think anyone in that room could have predicted what that would mean for this community. I also discussed the autosomal SNP test used by the genealogy community. It was still pretty early in the evolution of consumer DNA testing. 23andMe had introduced the first match list based on autosomal SNP testing in November 2009. It was called Relative Finder. Shortly after that, Family Tree DNA introduced their own version of this, February 2010. Now, Ancestry DNA was late to the game, we all thought, because they didn't introduce their program till spring 2012. But at the time, we couldn't have known. It was truly just the beginning. In September 2014, when I gave that original talk at ISHE, there was only a total of about 1.5 million testers across all the consumer databases. So it was still very early days. And genetic genealogy wasn't quite ready for prime time yet. So how did we unlock this immense power of genetic genealogy that we're getting the benefit of today? Well, it came from citizen scientists. This was truly a grassroots effort from those that were deeply invested in trying to figure out how autosomal SNP DNA testing could be used to unravel family mysteries. It was built through innovation and passion. It was a relatively small group of early adopters of this technology that volunteered tens of thousands of hours to get us to where we are today. Now, traditional genetic genealogy's goal was to identify the common ancestors that contributed that shared autosomal DNA. And so we were using this initially to try to identify long dead ancestors, that great-great-grandfather that we didn't know, that we couldn't find with the paper trail, or that maiden name that had been lost to time of our great-grandmother. And so our focus was very distant in the past. We needed another step, and that was the unknown parentage research. And so I started trying to refine the traditional genetic genealogy techniques and change them in such a way that now we're focused on living people or recently living people. And the goal was to reverse engineer the family tree of the person who we are trying to help with their search for biological family. And that was a necessary step to get to where we are today. We also needed really big databases. And we started from scratch at the end of 2009, beginning of 2010. So how were we going to build these databases to much larger than just this small community of genetic genealogists? Since my background was in entertainment and dealing with media, I decided that one of my main goals would be to promote genetic genealogy testing stories to the media. These often had a lot of human interest, and I knew that if we could get the media's attention, more people would become educated about this process and learn that they too could resolve their family mysteries. And so,
and by the way, commercial zone, we actually, the episode on Tuesday night, we started it off with getting into the dark side of DNA. Definitely check out the beginning of that one. That was an interesting video as well. It's kind of scary. The dark side of it. And this is a 2020 keynote address from C.C. Moore about resolving a case of unknown identity through genetic genealogy. It's kind of like a presentation slideshow. This is pretty cool. She's kind of doing it on her own. She's not getting interviewed. It's all on her own. Pretty interesting.
Some of my cases started getting noticed by the media in early 2014. One of these cases was the case of Thomas Lippert, who was a convicted kidnapper, who was now living in Utah, working in a fertility clinic. And he was intentionally switching out his semen for that of the intended father during the artificial insemination process. This hit international news in January of 2014. Next, the Benjamin Kyle case. He's an amnesiac who didn't know his identity. Law enforcement and the forensic community tried lots of traditional tools in order to try to help him regain that identity, but without success. And so he turned to genetic genealogy for the answers. Further, the dozens and dozens of foundlings or abandoned babies who grew up, who survived to grow up and be able to spit in that tube and mail it into the consumer DNA testing companies also garnered lots of notice from the media. And so these stories really help to educate the public and to increase enthusiasm about this new idea of consumer DNA testing and genetic genealogy and what that would mean. As I mentioned, the first case that really got a lot of attention was the Thomas Lippert case out of Utah. And 2020 approached me about doing an episode about this case. While we were filming it, it came to their attention that the techniques that were used in that case might be able to be applied to another case that they were currently researching and working on. And that was the Paul Franzak stolen at birth case. So they asked me to join the team and to use genetic genealogy to try to help him uncover his original identity and origins. So that's when I first became involved in Paul's case in March 2014. Now, Paul's going to talk about his story, so I'm not going to steal his thunder, but just briefly, his parents had a baby stolen from the hospital in April 1964. And this launched one of the largest manhunts in history. Law enforcement was very dedicated to trying to recover this lost newborn, and that included the FBI. And unfortunately, they weren't able to do so. Now, they were using the most advanced forensic techniques for that time, and they were very interested in something that they had recently developed that they believed was more reliable than fingerprints, and it was ears. They believed that if Paul Franzak was recovered, the only way to do positive identification on him would be to compare his ears to the one photograph that was taken of him.
Wow. That... How do you even compare? How do you even I don't know. That's... How do you even...
Happen next. In 2012, Paul took a consumer DNA test that proved he was not Paul Franzak. And so this was a lifelong case of mistaken identity. Paul Franzak is not the person that was born as Paul Franzak. So what's next? What can he do? Who is this man who grew up as Paul Franzak? He, of course, became interested in learning his true origins and who his biological parents were. And this is where the power of genetic genealogy comes into play in this case. Now, I'm not going to go into all the details of how we were able to finally identify his biological family, because I actually presented this at ISHE 2017, Unraveling the True Identity of Paul Franzak Through Genetic Genealogy. So hopefully you already have heard some of the details of how this case was unraveled through genetic genealogy. It took a team of 4 working on this every day for about a year and a half. And that team included Carol Rolnick and Michelle Trossler. If I wasn't working on it that day, Michelle or Carol was, or maybe all of us. So it took a lot of work and a lot of time. In summer of 2015, we were finally able to present Paul with his true biological identity. And this, of course, made news because his case has always made the headlines. But it was only partially solved, right? There were 2 parts to this mystery. Identify Paul Franzak, the man carrying that name, and what was his original identity, but also find the real Paul. And we hadn't accomplished that at that point. The egg was starting to crack, but we weren't all the way there yet. Now I'm going to pass this over to Paul so he can tell you about his own story and his dedication to finding answers for his parents and to find the real Paul.
Hi, I'd like to thank the International Symposium on Human Identification and the fantastic CC Board for having me speak today. I'm Paul Franzak. At least that's what I was led to believe.
That's what I was led to believe. Okay, I don't know what this is all about. Okay, I'm going to skip this. All right, and then we're going to go to the end here.
As we keep testing through DNA in all the DNA companies that have popped up. If you want to know more about my story, I wrote a book called The Foundling. True story of a kidnapping, a family secret, and my search for the real me. We're also currently working on a movie right now. This, I feel, the motivating factor behind this whole journey was to find
What's
my
up, Remy?
parents' missing child, and then to find out who I was for my daughter's sake. And I want to help every other foundling out there.
That's so
I want to
sad.
help them start their journey. I'm here to tell you that there's nothing that can't be done now through genealogy. It's the greatest gift that mankind could have, and it's only going to get better. If you'd like to get more information from me or reach out to me, you can reach me at www.foundlingpaul.com. Thank you again, Cece, and the International Symposium on Human Identification.
Doing good.
For this opportunity. Thank you, and have a great experience.
The Foundling.
So now we knew that the man who grew up as Paul Franzak started his life as Jack Rosenthal, thanks to genetic genealogy. After a year and a half of daily work, we could finally provide answers to Paul.
So if you want to watch that whole story, here's the link. You can save the video to your playlist. It's about 30 minutes or so. I've never listened to it. We can go into that in another show. But man, isn't that weird? You thought you were somebody your whole life, and then you find out you're somebody else. What the hell? Paul Franzak, and then his real name is Jack Rosenthal. That's crazy. Rosenthal, right? Oh no, another one.
About his biological origins. But it wasn't just Paul's case. We started seeing unknown parentage cases being solved left and right. It was the beginning of a new era where we were able to see thousands and eventually tens of thousands of people searching for their biological origins, finally getting answers and reuniting with their biological families. We had hit that critical mass where we had that big data necessary to be able to address the majority of these types of cases. And it was really the key to taking genetic genealogy to the next level. While working on these cases, we started to come across cases that had an intersection with law enforcement investigations. The first case like that was Benjamin Kyle's case. Through working with dozens of foundlings, I also started to see an overlap with law enforcement investigations. We learned that in all of these abandoned baby cases, investigations had been opened and very often unresolved. And so those cases had stayed unresolved for decades until genetic genealogy was finally able to provide answers and identify the biological parents. In some of those cases, unfortunately, and some other cases, we heard from the biological mothers that the conception of these individuals were through violent sexual assault. And so it turned out that when we were identifying some of these biological fathers, we were also identifying alleged rapists. That was definitely entering into an area we didn't expect to go with genetic genealogy. Personally, I also worked on many cases of close relative conceptions or incest. Genetic genealogy and direct-to-consumer DNA testing has uncovered dozens or hundreds of these types of cases now, and we learn that it's much more common than we once thought or believed. And these also obviously have an overlap with law enforcement. And it became more and more obvious that there were distinct law enforcement applications to the work that we were doing and the techniques that we had developed for unknown parentage. So this was really the turning point where we had enough data and awareness that our techniques could be used to resolve law enforcement cases that had not been able to be resolved in the past. Also, some forward-thinking law enforcement officials noticed these genetic genealogy stories in the media, and it occurred to them that perhaps this new technology and these techniques might be able to address some of their outstanding cold cases. As we all know, in April 2018, this was put to the test when genetic genealogy was used to identify the Golden State Killer. The team that worked on that was investigative genetic genealogist Barbara Ray Venter and what became the FBI genetic genealogy team. Shortly thereafter, I decided to join forces with Parabon Nanolabs to create a genetic genealogy team to offer these services to law enforcement. And since that time, our team alone has had positive identifications in 122 law enforcement cases. And if you look at the whole field now and all the people that are doing investigative genetic genealogy, I believe that over 150 violent criminal suspects have been identified through these techniques, which is pretty amazing if you think about it. So back to Paul's case. We had a couple things we were trying to do. Identify Paul Franzak, which we had done, but that was only half the mystery. We also needed to find the real Paul. Well, that's not so easily accomplished through genetic genealogy. When we are identifying someone of unknown parentage or unknown identification, we can use their own DNA to reverse engineer their identity. Who are their parents and their ancestors? However, when you're trying to find just one single missing person, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, I still thought that consumer genetics could help. And so I asked Paul at the very beginning of working with him if there was a biological Franzak family member whose DNA we could put in these databases so they would be fishing. Now, it's a long shot, yes. But if the real Paul survived and was raised under a different name and was unaware of his identity, maybe one day he would test, or his children or grandchildren if he had them. If so, we would get a match to that biological family member of the Franzaks and find him. Now, this is something that I've been advocating to families with missing children for many years. It's been hard to get the word out about that, though. And so I feel strongly that anybody who has missing children could find their missing family members through this method. It's not going to work in every case, of course, but even if it works in a few, it's worth it. Well, guess what? In this case, it worked. So Paul Franzak was a missing person. And we've seen lots of posters like this with the photo of the missing individual and the age progressed photo. That was really the only investigative tool that we had until we got that DNA from a biological Franzak family member into the databases. And after a few years, it finally happened. We were able to find the real Paul Franzak, in part thanks to consumer DNA testing, just as I had always thought and hoped. It took years, but it did happen. And we all know that there are still thousands of missing children in this country. I don't think anyone has the exact But I strongly believe that family members of each of those missing children and even missing adults should have their DNA in these databases fishing in the same way that we had the Franzak's DNA. Now, not all of those children will be found, but I am convinced that this is not the last time that a missing child will be found thanks to consumer genetics and thanks to their family members having their DNA in the databases. It's not enough to have your DNA just in law enforcement databases in these cases. And I think we've proven that through investigative genetic genealogy and the success that we have had when there is no CODIS match, there is no match in the law enforcement databases. Yet we can do so much more with these genealogy databases. And I believe the same is true in a different way and for different reasons, but it still holds true for families of missing children and missing loved ones. Now, we've seen in historic missing persons cases that we have gotten resolution through this very same method. People that disappeared from our families a century ago or many decades ago have been found to have just picked up and left and started a new life in another place and started a new family. And when both of those families DNA test, they find each other and they learn about that ancestor. And so if we can do that in historical genetic genealogy cases, we absolutely can do that in existing missing person cases today. So back to Paul's case. When I started working with Paul, we had two goals. One was to identify his biological origins, and two was to find the real Paul. We succeeded in both cases. But like so many investigations, when we found answers, we also found a new mystery. And as you've heard, this case is no exception. What happened to Jill Rosenthal, Paul's twin? Now, it's certainly possible that she's not living anymore, and that's why Paul was abandoned in the first place. But without evidence to prove that, there is always hope that she's out there living under another identity, just as Paul was, not realizing that she has a twin out there in the world. So as long as we don't know otherwise, I'm going to hold out hope that one day Jill or her children or even her grandchildren will take a consumer DNA test and Paul and his twin can be reunited. What an amazing day that would be. Investigative genetic genealogy is such a valuable tool that we must be sure to not let it slip from our fingers. This tool relies on public support and participation. And so public perception is key. If public perception were to become negative, people could remove their DNA files from the databases that law enforcement is able to access, or they could even stop testing with consumer genetics companies completely. That would be a huge tragedy. So when using this tool, we have to think, how would my actions be perceived by the public? How might the media interpret my actions to the public? If we were to lose this tool, it would be a huge loss to the families that are still waiting for answers, both with unresolved violent criminal cases and for the families that are awaiting answers for their missing loved ones. The future is bright for genetic genealogy, for law enforcement applications, for people of unknown parentage searching for their biological origins, and for genealogists looking to resolve family mysteries. I want to thank Ishi for having me. It is such a pleasure to be here again.
That was a really, man, it makes you wonder, like, if they were able to figure all that out. Makes you wonder about the whole DNA stuff. There's so many questions with this DNA stuff. What type? How? Like, what does that, again, what does it mean not qualified? Like, when we learned that the reason that they come to a lot, this forensic genealogy stuff is because it might be mixed up too much or situations like that. So it deepens the question even more. What does not qualified mean that Bill Thompson refers to on the court hearing? So it definitely brings up more questions on either side, catching or framing, either way.
Yes. And the other thing that I learned, I mean, maybe you guys caught it before I did, but was there enough DNA that they obtained from the knife sheath to put it in CODIS and find that there was no match, and then also to send it for the genealogical profile? So there has to be enough. And we're talking about like 20, I don't know, 20
Yeah,
cells.
20 skin cells. Yeah, 20 skin cells.
Right. So was there enough to do that? And then the other thing is the time that it took for them. I mean, that was pretty fast that they came up with that. So those are two things that are in question, and I think that's where Ann Taylor is going. And the other thought I had, and I'll be quiet, is that a lot of times if he's in doing this, she might be also setting up a civil rights case against the law enforcement for Brian Koberger's arrest and detainment. So she might be getting information that will allow him to be able to pursue one of those cases. Okay, so
Can you imagine?
Mhm. So somebody showed a photo, like a video, and I may be confused on the videos because I don't know if people like Court TV's videotaping it, and then people get a hold of the video and they crop it. You know what I mean? Like other people that's not the media. But anyway, there's a video where it looks from behind like he smiles at law enforcement that was there, the bailiff or whatever. And I don't know, I got the feeling that maybe he knows what's going on, and that his attorney is getting the information not to just exonerate him, but to set up some kind of civil rights lawsuit after this is done. I don't know, that's just my feeling.
Man, that's counting your eggs before they hatch, though. So what? You're gonna
no, it's about getting. Yeah, so if they really don't have the DNA, let's say it's a lie. Let's say there wasn't enough DNA to be able to put it in CODIS and find that there was no match and send it to a lab. Let's say there wasn't enough. Okay. And she gets that information, but they sent it anyway. Well, it shows a violation of his rights. It shows deceit. But I think her main goal is just to get him, exonerated. But I think there might be more to it, and I'm not 100% sure. But that's just
so you think that she's using part of this trial to put in a back pocket for when he's freed? Yeah,
because that's what a lot of criminal defense attorneys do. They get the evidence that is in the criminal trial can be used in a civil rights case, meaning
it's probably the easiest to use, no?
Because you have transcripts. Yeah, you have transcripts of the people who testified in trial. You have the evidence of the samples, like where are the samples, and also for the appeal. Yeah.
But when they're talking about the DNA, they're saying that they have Kobergers. So are you thinking that maybe because they don't have the reports or the documentation that how do you think they came up with the name?
Well, that's what I want to know. That's always been my question. If I were defending, and I'm not a criminal defense attorney.
No, this is just your opinion.
And I can't speak to that, but like being an attorney, if I had to be thrown into this case, let's say by emergency, whatever, the first thing I would want to know is how did he become a suspect? Okay, and like I mentioned before, this genealogy thing I'm learning is kind of like a polygraph test. So you use it to either weed them out. Let's say they pass the polygraph test, so you can weed them out. They fail the polygraph test, well, you can't weed him out. He's still a suspect, but you don't arrest him. Okay, so this genealogy thing is the same kind of thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So the genealogy, the genealogy thing is like a tool, just like the polygraph. So when we talk about how he became a suspect, it's like he took a polygraph and failed. So if he became a suspect because they used this tool with genealogy, well, then show me the goods. Show me the paper trail. Show me the documentation that samples were taken and put in CODIS and that it came back negative. So therefore, you sent it further on to another lab. So show me the samples. And if there are no more samples to be shown, well, there should be, because the lab.
Well, yeah, show me the documentation of how you got to the conclusion that the other DNA didn't qualify. What the fuck? You know? Give me that documentation.
Yes, I mean, what's going on? So you have this one, and then you have the other DNA. So, and I still don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Why nobody's questioning it, or even saying, like, that's the first thing I want to know. How did my client become a suspect? That's number one. And how was it that you were able to get this warrant to arrest him like you did?
Well, I think I'm going to look that up.
I'm not just talking about arresting him, but I'm talking about how they did it.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I'm going to look up tomorrow. How is DNA not qualified? That's going to be one of my topics tomorrow. How is it not qualified?
I'll try to look it up too, but
yeah. I mean, yeah. Just let me know. And you're more than welcome to just let me know and email me or something.
Yeah, if I can, if I have time, yeah.
Yeah.
Because it's bothering me. It's really bothering me. It's like, okay,
it makes no damn sense.
I wish,
especially last episode when we found out
somebody would have raised it, like in the hearing,
reaches
well, Your Honor,
those people. For mixed up DNA, for mixed in DNA. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I didn't either.
So now it's like, okay, well, that was my first, when I heard not qualified, I'm thinking, okay, maybe it was too mixed up, because we heard that the crime scene was messy. Okay. So there had to be, DNA everywhere. And then if Ellie reaches out to those that science because of that, well, then how are they not qualified?
Yeah. So the warrant was issued for arrest. I think it was in Pennsylvania, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't. I mean, it was. I don't understand the whole thing, and I still don't, and like I don't understand a lot of things about this, and it could be my ignorance.
I mean, they were still looking for that
criminal law in
the car
Idaho,
in Oregon.
We also have Pennsylvania. Yeah, I remember thinking, "Oh my God, they found the car."
Well, that was in early December. You know what I'm saying? They weren't even thinking BK. In early December, late November, early December. So it was like, and then all of a sudden after, because I remember they were all excited. I was like, even me, because News Nation was putting out a bunch of videos talking about it. You saw the car; it was in a wreck, abandoned on the side of the freaking road, and just left there. It's like, hello, there's VIN numbers, people. What do you? You're gonna fucking, you're gonna fucking run, but there's a VIN number, dumbass. So
I didn't think about
they
that.
They got all excited. Yeah, and they all got excited, and they all got this team together, and they went to freaking Oregon to go check out this vehicle, and it wasn't nothing. And then as soon as it ended up not being anything, then it BK. That's who it is now. I don't know. I think they were just. think they were
Yeah, I
just trying
just
to
don't
reach
know.
at anything because enrollment was coming. You know, time's a ticking.
Because a suspect is different than having enough probable cause to arrest him. So, I mean, you know, like
They had to make it a show, you know, because that's the only way. How else are you supposed to justify? What the hell, you know?
Yeah.
If like you look at that, even the day we read it, it's like, if I was a juror member, I could see holes in this shit.
Yeah, and also yes, and also Detective Golden says no plates, and I tell you that's the first
Yeah.
thing anybody they're going to ask. They're going to ask that. And while the people out here are focused on the video, you know, they're focused on the video and all this stuff. They have video of his car. Okay, they have a video of a car.
A bunch of cars.
A bunch of cars, maybe. Where is the license plate? And you know what? That's going to be like, it is the number one question. Like, you have cars, okay, and then the aggressive, like P Fox is saying, the aggressiveness of it. It's almost like, did you
for
think,
what's in the PCA?
Yeah.
It's
Did
like,
you
what?
possibly think that this guy was going to come out with guns blaring when that happened? Were you trying to provoke this guy? Is that what you were trying to do?
You know.
Meanwhile, he's in there sorting trash in his underwear.
Look what they did to Long Island SK. You know what I mean? They grabbed him in the middle of the damn street. You're telling me they couldn't have did that to BK? They had to fucking, like,
they had to have the stakeout and everything. I mean, following him, stakeout, and
it was shock and awe. You know what I'm saying? Because really, because it was. That's why I think fucking LE from the investigation was fucking feeding News Nation all this shit, because let's fucking feed a whole bunch of fucking propaganda so that everybody has public opinion that he's guilty as fuck. Look what happened. It worked. There's still some people out there guilty as fuck. You know, it took place, and then all of a sudden you start to find out, okay, this wasn't true. This wasn't true. This wasn't true. Where in the hell is all this coming from? How does it? So you had to think, and then as we start to learn what doesn't exist anymore, we start to learn what the hell's taken place since there's the beginnings of a trial. Now we have documentation coming out that we can go through and we can read and we can discuss. And then as you're learning all this shit, then you're like, if you really think back to it, it looks like there's barely any fucking thing there. It looks like they're not prepared. And it looks like, you know, a bunch of this shit was put out there because, let's be honest, who hasn't fucking heard of this case? And you're going to tell me that a juror is not going to have heard of this case? Where are you going to get that jury member from? For real. Because this case is out there like crazy. So let's go ahead, since it's a whirlwind national case, we're just going to keep, because really it was like, what, a month and a half, maybe 2 months after the case took place. It was a little bit after the case took place. Koberger got arrested. Then in like 2 or 3 weeks later, just all of a sudden, smash campaign going left and right, you know, about all this shit that we thought was true. I was sucked into it too. But then after that, it's like, no. So it's like, yeah, let's paint the picture first so everybody thinks he's fucking guilty, so we don't have to barely show anything in court, because they already have the pre-mindset that he's gonna, you know.
Yeah.
Propaganda.
It's, you know, and these sources that they have, it's interesting. They have sources. But, you know, the bottom line is observation. And, you know, I mean, the only thing that I can do is observe Brian Koberger, because he hasn't said anything to anybody. And so you just observe and you hear about what people have said about him. And so some people will take what they've said about him and paint in it a way that's bad. But if you look at everything that's been painted of him, and even I think there's an FBI profile where it's like he doesn't fit that profile. That there is an FBI profile of the person who would have done this, and it doesn't fit him. there's maybe like one trait that fits him, I think. And I'm going by
Where's
memory.
that at? Oh yeah. Man, I'd like to
I
know
gotta
where
find
that
it.
is.
I
I'd like
remember
to
that.
see that. Really?
I will find it. I can't remember. It was on oh, was it Megan Kelly, and she had some kind of profiler? I don't remember, and I don't want to misspeak, but I did see it somewhere.
Right. I'd like to see that. Man. That'd be interesting. I'd like to see that. See what they were. I
I'll
bet there
look.
was I bet there was some
Chris
News
McDonald
Nation
and inspiration.
and there's certain guests I just don't even care to listen to on News Nation. Even most of the hosts, honestly. Brian Enton, that's a different story. Speaking of Brian Enton, he's been sitting down with George Knapp, if you know who that is. So we'll be having a show on that stuff coming up soon. Aliens and shit.
Oh, and the whole
Says
cannibal
Mr.
thing. Oh my
Smashing.
God. When they start talking about cannibalism, that that he had some kind of underlying cannibalistic tendencies, it's like, look, you just watched that Jeffrey Dahmer series. Get that out of your head. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
A cannibal. Oh, you got to look up George
Megan
Knapp.
Kelly and Robert Bloom.
For real. We'll be having a show about it. There's a bunch of stuff. Megan Kelly and Robert Bloom.
Yeah. Very, very bizarre. I'm so glad I get to talk about it, because I feel better when I talk about it, because it eats me up, because it's not right. I mean, these kids were killed by nastiness. I mean, it was just awful what happened to these kids.
I'm going to have to look that up and watch it tomorrow in the show tomorrow.
I'll try and find it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check that out. All right. So I'm going to get into this. Is the middle testimony. We checked out Vargas first, then we checked out Mercer. I apologize. I cannot remember her name.
Was it Barkin? Was it Barkin or something? She's an attorney as well. I've never seen this one. I've never seen it.
Yeah, this was after Mercer. I can't remember her name. Give me
Leah
1
Larkin.
second. This is East Idaho News. And all right, I'm going to skip ahead. Excuse me. So we'll go right here.
Your Honor, we began to review the PowerPoint, and it was immediately apparent to us that we would need to consult with one of our own experts. There's a lot of scientific terms, charts, graphs, etc. We simply are not prepared with this late notice to respond right now. So what we would ask the court to do, so we don't hold things up today, would be to just give us the same opportunity to reserve cross for a later time, like the other witness who was just disclosed yesterday.
Okay, great. Okay, so we need to come back again to have informed cross-examination. Go ahead.
All right. Dr. Larkin, I think we are prepared to start with the PowerPoint now. That just means we might have to come back another day and there might be more questions. Are you ready? Yes. PowerPoint? All right. I can share. There we go. Okay. We are participating. All right. Dr. Larkin, we
are going to be talking about genetic genealogy first and how it works. So I'm going to give us the first slide with that and ask you a question.
I think you need to get play.
If I hit play, then
Show presentation.
clearly we should have had somebody.
We need another expert.
Fine. Yes, we need another expert. I think we're ready. Yes. Yeah. Are we going to talk about how genetic genealogy works? I think I do it.
Yes.
Tell me what kind of DNA genetic genealogy is.
Okay, so DNA is just DNA, but there are a few different inheritance patterns for DNA. So there is mitochondrial DNA, Y chromosome DNA, and then what we call autosomal DNA. And those are the main types that we use.
Would you just have that spelled for the court reporter?
Autosomal, AUTOSOMAL.
What are
All three.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Mitochondrial, 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 and then Y chromosome. Chromosome is it's just the letter Y, and then chromosome CHROMOSOME.
Thank you.
What is autosomal DNA?
So autosomal DNA is inherited from both of your parents, all four of your grandparents, all 8 of your great-grandparents, and so on. That's a little bit different from mitochondrial and Y chromosome. Mitochondrial you only get from your mother, so it just tracks that direct maternal line. Y chromosome DNA is only in chromosomal males, and it goes from father to son, so it tracks the direct paternal line. But autosomal DNA can show relationships on all branches of your tree because you inherited from all of your grandparents and so on.
As a genetic genealogist, do you use one over the other when you do?
I primarily use autosomal DNA. Mitochondrial DNA does not change very rapidly, so it doesn't give you a really good sense of how closely related you might be to someone. Y chromosome DNA is it changes a little bit more rapidly than mitochondrial DNA, but it's still fairly slow. You can have a match to someone and your connection to them can be back in the 1700s. So it's not going to tell you, who your immediate relatives are. Autosomal DNA can give you I call it kind of depth perception. It can give you a much better sense of how far back in time your connection to that other person is. And that's what's primarily used for adoptee searches. It's what's primarily used in the forensic area as well. So that's just showing the inheritance patterns of the DNA.
Does the autosomal DNA provide more matches so that you can do your work easier?
Yes.
How does this happen? How do you get to do this?
So if you're just a regular old genealogist, you will purchase a DNA kit from one of the main testing companies. They will send you a little tube. You either spit in the tube, and it seems like a lot of spit, or you do a cheek swab. You put that back in the tube and you mail it back to the company. The company will then extract the DNA and do the analysis on it.
And that's what you did, right, Yoli? Did you spit in a tube and send it off, or was there?
Yeah, there was a tube.
Cheek swab. Okay.
You spit into it, and you gotta work up your spit, and you gotta spit into it. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly. Right.
How long? What is it like? Sent in a cardboard box with some bubble wrap or?
No. So the actual thing that you spit in is a plastic tube, and it's like it's like sterile, and it says you once you pull the tape to open it, once you pull the tape to open it, you need to spit in it right away and close it. So that's what I did.
Okay.
And then you put it back in the package to send it back.
About how long did you get an email?
Yeah, I got an email. And I got an email, and I got the information that I need to access the site. And so I can always go in and access my site. And my original report, which told me my breakdown of race, like, it's like 45% Southern European, and then another 47 or 4, I don't remember, in the 40% East Asian, Native American, or it said Native American, but then they changed it to Indigenous American. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So there is court tomorrow. I mean, I'm going to be live from 9 a.m. Eastern. I'm just going to wake up and go get me a couple McGriddles, and then I'm going to be ready to go.
Yeah, there's a motion for the cameras.
Yes. Yeah.
So McGriddles, yeah, I like those. So there is court tomorrow, but the media filed a motion to try to continue it because they are intervening, and they have a right to intervene, I guess, according to the law. And so they're wanting to continue it. But so far there is a court hearing tomorrow on the cameras.
Yeah, I'll be live, so we'll be watching
in the
it.
motion hearing.
Yeah, we'll be watching it as soon as it drops. We'll be having that shit live. And I'll be joined by a couple people, and then you're more than welcome to, Yoli, if you'd like to.
Yeah, I'm probably working, so I'll be listening in the
okay.
in the morning. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
to work, unfortunately, but it's probably going to be a half day of work because I forgot it's a holiday weekend, so people in the office are gonna take the other half off.
Hell yeah! Well, we'll be live.
So probably
from
around
9 to 5.
I'll be available, but
Yeah, we'll be live from 9 to 5.
okay. So I'll be listening. I'll be listening in the morning only.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. And let me see here. So we're gonna get back to this testimony here. Yeah.
One second. P Fox is asking, am I the only one that feels like the judge hasn't actually made a ruling on anything? Yes.
No.
No, you're not. But
I love P Fox.
The judge still has to make a ruling on the DA on this motion. On this particular motion, we're watching the witnesses that are giving the evidence for the motion that she filed. So he hasn't made a ruling on this motion, this particular motion. He took it under submission.
I hope they allow it. I'm glad that there's still an opportunity. We saw that court paper that came out a couple of nights ago where it's granted for video and audio, just not broadcast. But that's what's been happening the whole time. So far, we're still getting it. I thought Court TV better quit fucking around, man. Like, I'm tired of having to throw this coffee cup up there and I have to watch that and be ready and try and watch the chat. It's like, how in the hell? Like, come on now. This is crazy. It's already supposed to be done. They better not mess around because especially this, it's almost like each hearing they get worse and worse with their boundary crossing.
Well,
it's like it gets closer and closer.
CJ, what is it that it's people getting the video and then altering it? Maybe, I don't know.
No, I'm saying like, so this last one, they zoomed in on his freaking lap and hands. What the hell are you doing? You're not even supposed to zoom in on his face. You're going to zoom in on his fucking lap? And they keep zooming in and holding it. This last court hearing, hell, when we were going through, where this witness's testimony came from, and then the court hearing after that, that was the most I've ever had to put the damn coffee cup up. It just keeps getting worse and worse, and I just don't understand how they're not being told. Like, what is wrong with having your camera chilling in the back and then zooming in on the prosecution, the defense, the judge, or the witness? You know, what's wrong with that? That's fine. Why are you zooming in when you already have been warned?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Doesn't make sense. There's a doc today
Yeah.
about the hearing. Okay.
Oh, it looks like it was rescheduled.
Let me see here. Yeah, let me check that real quick.
Oh my God, you have it at your fingertips.
Let me see. This is today. Yes, I do. You have to, Yoli. You have to. Let me see here. This is based on the. Let me zoom out a little bit. Based on the status conference held on August 23rd, the media's motion to intervene and motion to continue hearing filed on August 30th, 2023, and the agreement of the parties, the court orders the following. The hearing of defendant's motion to remove cameras from the courtroom scheduled for 1 p.m. on Saturday, September 1st, 2023 is vacated. A scheduling conference will be conducted by Zoom, which is what we have been having.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you know what that means. More of this. September 1st, 2023 at 1 p.m. Seriously, at 1 p.m. The parties and counsel for the media will appear by Zoom. Shout out Zoom. Courtroom number 3 of Latah County Courthouse will be open to the public for those who would like to sit and listen to the scheduling conference. At that time, a new hearing date for defendant's motion to remove cameras from the courtroom will be set. So they're going to be setting a new date for that. The hearing on defendant's motion to dismiss indictment.
I'm sorry, is it a status conference?
I'm sorry, what?
Is it a status conference? I heard you say status conference.
Let me see here. We'll be open scheduling conference.
Scheduling.
Mm-hmm.
So they have to have a
when
conference.
a new hearing date.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Got it.
to talk about a new date. So that's been vacated. The hearing on the defendant's motion to dismiss indictment, originally scheduled for September 1st, 2023 at 1 p.m. is reset to September 22nd. Defendant's motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of bias, grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct in withholding exculpatory evidence will be heard at 10:30 a.m. on September 20th. So that's the next big day.
Mm-hmm.
What day is September 22nd? Does anybody know what day that's on? The jury trial is based on stipulation of the parties. The hearing will be sealed to protect the privacy of the grand juries, of course. That's obvious. What you're there for. Defendant's motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or in the alternative remand for preliminary hearing will be heard at 1 p.m. and will be open to the public. The jury trial is set to commence at 8:30 a.m. on October 2nd. Is vacated. The scheduling order dated August 18th, 2023 to August 22nd is vacated. Judge. Well, there. Oh, I was reading the document and it was I hate it how it does that. My bad, everybody. I'm sitting.
I know I couldn't see the
document, and I was like, because it doesn't. You click on it, and I'm thinking it keeps it in the same tab, but it don't. It makes it its own tab. See, then you got to screen share that one. I apologize. Here, let me zoom in so you guys can see it here.
Okay. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh, okay. So there will be a scheduling conference tomorrow at 1 p.m.
Here, let me zoom it in for a minute for you guys.
I probably need my glasses.
There we go. And I can zoom it in even more. Let's go this. There we go. There.
Okay, so there will be a hearing tomorrow at 1 p.m. It's a scheduling conference.
So there's that. And then the cameras in the courtroom.
They'll set a date for that.
Yeah. Scheduling conference for the defendant's motion to remove cameras. That'll be set that day. And then the hearing for the defendant, that's also on the 22nd. And that'll be heard at 10:30. So that's going to be heard at 10:30. This scheduling conference will be held at 1 p.m. So 1 p.m., that's 4 o'clock Eastern. I'll probably end up ending the show on this, actually. Yeah, so it's going to be the 22nd. Well, when it comes to you can have recaps and then you wake up the next day and all the dates are changed anymore. Shit. I mean, hell, Catastrophe put up a beautiful post of like all the dates and what they were for, and then the next fucking day they were all changed. It's like, what the hell?
Right?
You know?
They put this whole
Shit
they put the judge put this whole scheduling order in place, and then a couple days it's vacated. And yeah, that's what happens. Yeah.
It just keeps happening.
Yeah,
Tomorrow
well,
there
civil
will
is
be-
worse.
Is it?
Oh my God.
It just keeps getting
I've been
pushed
trying to go to
back.
trial on this case for ages. I mean, they're so backed up. Yeah, they're so backed up that I
'Cause
don't
of
need to go into my
COVID?
drama.
Because of COVID?
Yeah, because now the criminal cases have to go first because they have a right to a speedy trial. So essentially, the last 2 dates I've been trying to go to trial, they've said we don't have courtrooms because we don't have judges, we don't have courtrooms. They're all busy. So and so here they're doing it because of the media wanting to intervene into the motion regarding the cameras. So the media filed a motion to continue it. So tomorrow he's going to get a scheduling conference so he can set that motion when everybody's available.
Man. Can you imagine, because they were talking like lawsuits and stuff earlier, hypothetical. Can you freaking imagine how much, like, with how much money flows over there? Can you imagine if you were able to prove you were freaking, or not prove that you're innocent because they have to prove that you're guilty, but can you imagine if you're wrongfully charged?
Yeah.
At the freaking lawsuits and then the compensation. Oh my gosh. I mean, hell, he's already been in there for 8 months, over 8 months.
Yeah.
It's a long freaking time, and it's going to be a hell of a lot longer now.
It's, I've never done any of those. Yeah, I've done civil rights cases, but in the beginning, like when I used to just sue public entities, but I've never done one where, somebody was wrongfully convicted. But I have done some civil rights cases where, actually I did work on one even after I was into medical malpractice. It was the Ezel Ford case in LA. He was shot. But yeah, it had nothing to do with being falsely imprisoned. So I don't know. But I know that, yes, those cases are, there could be a case here. Not just wrongful imprisonment or whatever, but defamation. Against a whole host of people, you know. So people need to be careful, you know, about what they're saying, you know.
Oh, for sure. That's why I'm innocent until proven guilty. You know,
Absolutely. And
like
and
I
we
don't.
don't need to, yeah, and we don't need to be going around saying, oh, this person might have done it, this person might have done it. No, I'm just picking at law enforcement about
I'm not at the water
what
cooler.
I want to know. Yeah, I want to know like if like I said, I want to know, how did he become a suspect, and how did you get the evidence that you did get to get a warrant to go over there to his parents' house with the whole SWAT team and
Mm-hmm.
break the windows, or
Bust the doors and
yeah,
break
I
the
mean
window.
that's you're damaging property there. I mean, you're going in and like who, like, yeah. So you know, you gotta be careful, because it could be a violation of civil rights. And you know, I mean, I don't know who did it, and I'm just interested in this case because something doesn't sound right, and it isn't right.
Right, and it's not something just yeah, you're right. That's the only reason why we talk about it so much, because shit don't make sense and something don't seem right, for sure.
Yeah, it bothers me. It does bother me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And we're going to get back to a little bit, and then we'll chit chat here. I'm going to let this play for like 10 or 15 just to hear some more of what she has to say. Then we'll chit chat about some of that. And if there's other documents, I know there was something you said, Yoli. I'll
Yes.
read that in the next break.
Okay.
In the next break, I'll read the one about the um, where they don't want her to, they want to get rid of the testimony or something like that. Is that what it was?
Or they don't want to cross. It's a notice of
Cross-examine.
intent to not cross-examine.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that one out. No court. No, tomorrow. Come by at 9 a.m. Eastern. I'll be live. I just got to make me some coffee and eat a couple yummy pancakes with some sausage in between, and I'm good. Love them. Court tomorrow is at 1 o'clock p.m. Pacific, 4 Eastern. So I will be ending my show. I might even go more than 9 to 5, honestly, because I think it'll probably end up being a 9 to 6 show. And then I'll be hanging out on Silky Southern Teas channel after that.
They will send you a little tube. You either spit in the tube, and it seems like a lot of spit, or you do a cheek swab. You put that back in the tube and you mail it back to the company. The company will then extract the DNA and do the analysis on it.
Aw, heavy metal.
What, for the person who did the test, what do you get? How do you know when something happened?
Right, when your results are finished, they'll send
Thank you,
an
Sherry.
email, and you can then log into the website. And once you do that, you will see all of the companies offer
Kelly.
what they call ethnicity estimates, and so it will tell you, whether you're descended from, German stock or Scottish or African or whatever your sort of broader ethnic background is. They will give you a list of matches, which are other people who've taken the same DNA test in the same database and who share DNA with you. Yeah, so that's the two main things that you get from that.
So the same database, what do you mean by that?
So there are multiple companies that offer these services. So the two biggest ones are Ancestry DNA and 23andMe. So for example, if I tested Ancestry and my sister tested 23andMe, we won't get matched to one another because we're not in the same database.
Where you test is specific to where you're going to find who you're related to.
Right.
Okay. All right. You as a genetic genealogist, the cases referred to?
Yes.
Okay. And so how do you get into these databases?
So at Ancestry DNA, there is a sharing system. So the person who's taking the test can essentially authorize me or invite me to view their DNA results, and then I can do that in my own account. I never have to log into their account. At the other services, with the exception of GenMatch, which we haven't gotten into yet, I would have to log into their accounts to see their DNA matches.
You mentioned that, you're backing up a little bit, but you mentioned that you find out a lot about like, your ancestry, meaning kind of where you come from. What other types of information do you find out?
So, for example, at 23andMe, they offer health reports and trait reports based on your DNA that can tell you if you have a higher than average likelihood of developing certain cancers or certain diseases. They tell you things that are kind of silly, like do you like cilantro, or if you're prone to drinking more caffeine than the average or less. But they can tell all of those things from the DNA test that they've done.
And that's only one of the databases that offer that much information.
23andMe does, and then there's a third-party site called Prometheus that you can take your data file and upload it there, and it will run these reports on you. Prometheus, and if I got that wrong, it's not because I'm lying.
You changed slides, and now I have a slide that says microwave. What is that?
So a microwave is the actual piece of lab material that we use to run this test. It was designed, so microarrays were designed for biomedical research. They're designed for scientific research. And unlike the STRs that we use for CODIS, microarrays pretty much scan your entire genome. They're looking at, so we talked about autosomal DNA. They look at about 600,000 individual bits of your autosomal DNA. Those are called single nucleotide polymorphisms. So NUCLEOTIDE and then EOLYMORPHISM. Look, I'm gonna spell it. These are individual bits of DNA that are known to vary among people. Most of our DNA is identical, so looking at those bits are not going to tell you who's related to whom. They look at these microarrays specifically target the chunks of DNA that we know vary between or among individuals. And so that uses higher levels of DNA than you typically have for forensic purposes.
Do you mean more like when you talk about spitting and fingers swabbing, you have to have a lot of it to do this?
You have to have a fair amount of DNA to do a microwave.
And I want to pause it real quick. Kib Kitty, thank you so much. I'm sorry I didn't notice that earlier. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. It's super.
What happens if you don't?
Thank you, Kib Kitty.
There is an alternative. There's an alternative method called whole genome sequencing, and this is there's whole genome sequencing, and the specific way they go about it is called next generation sequencing. And that will actually work on lower levels of DNA. It will work on lower quality DNA, so DNA that might have been broken down because it's been exposed to the elements for a while. That will work better on DNA that's contaminated. So it might have bacterial DNA in it, fungal DNA in it. So that is an alternative approach to microarrays, but it's more labor intensive and it's more expensive.
So you need a microarray or this other way that's more expensive and sounds like more issues with to get to something that you can put in the computer and find out who you're.
Yes.
So then, what is this?
So this is just kind of a teaching strategy just to show that we have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great-grandparents have color-coded the grandparent lines to help us track how the matches fit in.
And when you do autosomal DNA, it's this group of people that you're drawing.
Those are people who contributed the DNA in you, yes.
What do we have here?
So this is an outline showing how some of your DNA matches might into their tree. So you may have some second cousins or first cousins once removed, or second cousins once removed, who also took the DNA test and are in the same database as you, and they would share DNA with you and would be listed in your matches. And you can see that in this diagram, I'm only showing 2 great-grandparent lines. There are actually 4. The diagram gets too messy if I try to add more. So the thing is, when you get these matches, the DNA company doesn't actually know how you're related to them. It just knows how much DNA you share with them. And so the DNA company is not going to tell you, this is your second cousin. It's just going to say this person shares so much DNA with you, and they might could be your second cousin, but they might could be something else. And then it's up to the genealogist to essentially reverse engineer the tree based on the DNA matches.
Do you do that when you have to find out who this person is based on these various matches in different places?
Right.
Do you have experience as a genetic genealogist doing that, where you don't know who this person is, you got to identify this person based on it?
Yes.
So what do you do?
So you will get a list of DNA matches from your testing company. And they are sorted, that list is sorted by how much DNA they share with you. So it's not necessarily sorted by how closely related those people are to you. You get this list, and sometimes they use their real names, the people in the list. Sometimes they use an alias. Depending on the database, you may or may not be able to see their email address. And some of them will have their own family trees linked to their DNA results because they're doing the same thing you are. They're trying to research their family trees. A lot of them won't. And for the people who don't, you have to try to figure out who they are, who their parents are, who their grandparents are, and build trees for them.
Time-consuming process.
It is time-consuming.
You talking about shared DNA.
Yes.
That it doesn't tell you how closely related some of this.
Right. So we measure autosomal DNA in a unit called centimorgans, CENTIMORGANS. The more centimorgans you share with someone on average, the more closely you are related. But it's possible, for example, there's a range for most of these relationships. So it's actually possible that you could have a full first cousin who shares less DNA with you than a half first cousin. And that's one of the things that complicates the work of a genetic genealogist. We only have an approximate relationship from the centimorgan, not a hard and fast, this is definitely so-and-so relationship.
In your work, when you have your unidentified person and you put the profile in and receive matches in various places, you're looking at these centimorgans to try to get a clue. What do you do after you have this information to tell you about centimorgans?
So I have to essentially build trees for these matches. The first step in the process is to figure out how they are related to one another. Before I can figure out, for example, if I'm trying to help an adoptee find their biological parents. To figure out how they are related to their matches, first I have to figure out how the matches are related to one another. And then I kind of reverse engineer where my adoptee will fit into that family tree based on the DNA results. So we mentioned earlier one of the tools that I helped to develop for analyzing DNA results. This is a set of screenshots from this shared centimorgan tool. It's also sometimes called the shared centimorgan project tool. That's too many syllables. So what you do is you will type in the centimorgan amount for one of your matches. On the previous slide, at the top match was 72 centimorgans. So if I were working that case, I would type in 72 centimorgans into this tool, and you get this the diagram there where the possible relationships are highlighted. So your person of interest is your adoptee. In this tool, we'll highlight the possible relationships for a 72 centimorgan match. And if you count up all of the little highlighted boxes on there, there are 30 or 35 possible relationships for somebody who shares 72 centimorgans. And so this is the, sorry, I'm not supposed to talk.
What, I don't know what the statistic that just popped up is about. What is that?
Okay, so I mentioned that this is a statistical tool that's using probabilities. And so even though there are 30 or 35 possible relationships for a 72 centimorgan match, some of them are more likely statistically than others. And so this panel that is in that tool is listing which of the relationships are most likely. And so there are a group of relationships with, I can't quite read that from here, but I think it says half third cousins. That's the most likely group, and then below that, I think it's third cousins. That's the next most likely group, and has the genealogist. That tells me that I'm going to need to build this person's tree back, probably to second great grandparent level, before I can conceivably figure out where my person of interest fits into that tree.
Wow, that's a
Is
lot.
that important to know how far back you have to build that tree?
You have to find the connections among the matches, and you sort of need to know where in the tree to look for that.
I think you told us you have to build trees for each of the matches so that you can find those connectors.
Yes, and I have to fill out both sides of a matches tree because I don't know if my person of interest is going to be related on their mother's side or on their father's side. I don't know which grandparent it's through. So I essentially have to build the whole tree back several generations to find the connections.
Are these decisions that you as a genetic genealogist have to make to do your work finding the matches?
Yes, but I have to continue to build trees things.
Now, do you have to build trees for all of those 35 matches? Or do you do it until you kind of figure out these are the ones?
There are some matches that I may not be able to build trees for. Maybe I can't figure out who they are. So on this slide, there's only 5 matches shown. And if you click, so only 2 of the people of that 5 have posted their own trees. That little icon that I'm pointing the arrows at show that those 2 matches have built their own trees. And so that saves me a lot of work because I can look at their tree, and rather than having to build it from scratch, I can, they've listed their parents and their grandparents, and I can just go ahead and double check to make sure that they put the right people down.
So I'm going to pause it real quick. Sounds to me like that's what they did, or how they were able to obtain it so quick instead of having to build it from scratch, which takes reports and documentation and all that. Like somebody else, put in chat who says they didn't take the spit and put it in somebody's name.
Yeah, this is interesting for sure.
The daddy's garbage.
Yeah,
stuff like that. It's like,
oh my God.
Obviously, you couldn't get a shit ton of spit through the garbage, but all you would need it for is confirmation. It makes you wonder what when they talked to him before, what was obtained then?
Yeah, I mean, we don't know. And I don't know. I mean, we don't know, and I don't think the defense knows, because otherwise, why would they be asking for information on reports and things like that?
Now, I'm wondering.
I don't know. It's very strange.
What I'm wondering is if you work for Ellie now, do you have to submit your DNA? Because Golden State Killer was Ellie.
Yeah, I don't know that. So for lawyers in California, they started requiring fingerprints. So I'm waiting for the California State Bar to say you got to submit your DNA. It hasn't happened, but I don't know the answer to that about law enforcement, because the first thing that I thought when Mr. Thompson said, well, those samples weren't qualified to be put in the database. If I were cross-examining him, I would say, why? Because they belong to law enforcement?
Or who states they're not qualified? Who states it?
Yeah.
Obviously not you. You don't
No,
have
not
that,
him. Not him.
So who states it as well? You know, who states? Just like who's, you know,
Well, I would have gotten to that before I got to that question.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm wondering, do you have to now? And this is why I'm asking. Because maybe what if you did? Is that how you got somebody's DNA?
Yeah.
Because if you have to submit it,
I'm going to look at that too. I'm going to try to look at that too.
I'm wondering, is that part of the thing around there?
I'm
I don't
making
know.
a note.
Because you start to look into the background of all the LE over there. They bring them in from all these different states. They're usually in them small towns. Most of the LE force is local people that grew up there. They're part of the, they've been part of the community most of the time. Yeah, you got other people coming in, but for the most part in them local small communities, it's the local people that are used. You look at Moscow, it's people from freaking all over different states. It's like, whoa, what the hell? Why are these people transferring because they were basically told you either fucking leave or we're going to do this kind of shit? Because that happens a lot. So is that why they're getting is that why they're transferring to Moscow? You know,
I didn't even think of that. Oh my god.
Yeah. Is that why
the priests, where they get transferred, they get in trouble.
Yeah, you just it's like,
they
hey,
get transferred somewhere else to another parish.
We'll you resign and we'll just cut ties. You move on. That kind of thing. Because when you look at it, they're all from like out of state, out of town, and so then it makes you wonder. Okay, usually small communities, they're always tied in with each other. All those departments. So why isn't this one?
Yeah, that's very interesting. And there was a lot of, and also too in the investigation, there was Idaho State Police, local law enforcement, and FBI. So it's like, I always say, the more people you have involved, the worse it gets. It's just like too many agencies involved. But that I never thought of that, about why these outsiders are coming in to be law enforcement.
Yeah, it's they're coming in with experience. They got the credentials.
Yeah.
They just don't know about the foolery that took place in the other department they were before they came there. It's one of those things where it's like, well, fuck yeah, we're going to take this person over our local. This guy's got experience. But do you really know what took place?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than having to build the trees from scratch. The other people, I'd either have to build their trees from scratch if I can figure out who they are.
Burn all your trees.
I mean, come on.
Where they live,
burn
what
it.
their ages. I may, if it's a John Smith, I may never be able to figure out who they are and build out a tree for them because there are thousands of John Smiths.
Good night. Thank you for hanging out, everybody.
Try to identify the one person. Did I understand that right?
Yes, this is just a simple example where I've built
Prayers
out
for all that
two
were affected by the
hypothetical
storms,
trees,
too.
hypothetical matches. In which case, in this example, I've gone out to the first great grandparents.
What are you looking for?
I'm looking for connections between so match 1 is on the left, match 2 is on the right. I'm looking for commonalities between their two trees. I want to see how match 1 and match 2 are related to one another. And so in this case, I've identified, and this is hypothetical, of course, that John Smith and Mary Jones married and had children, and they were the great grandparents of the person on the left tree. And John Smith and Mary Jones were also the great grandparents of the match on the right. So now I know that match 1 and match 2 are second cousins to one another. That's kind of the first hook that I have into trying to figure out how my person of interest fits into that tree. And so I would then diagram.
What do you do from there?
Yes, thank you, sorry. I would then start building what I call a descendant diagram, and I will do this in a sketching software. So I have John Smith and Mary Jones, and I've listed their 2 children and their grandchildren. Then I put the DNA matches in there so I can see how the matches are related to one another.
Let me see if I understand this. Matches to your unknown person and build their trees out and found great-grandparents or the same great-grandparents
Yes.
to both use other matches to be unknown. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then you took that match and started figuring out who their kids were, and then you started kids had kids. Is that what we're doing here?
Right, and so what I'm looking for now, so I found these 2, match 1 and match 2, who are second cousins to one another. What I'm looking for now are ways to integrate more DNA matches into that tree that I've just got my hook on.
Why didn't you want to do that?
Because the more DNA matches I have, the stronger my statistical analysis for where my person of interest fits into that tree.
How do you do that?
So if I'm working an adoptee case, my goal is to get my adoptee into as many databases as possible. I always call it tested ancestry because that's the biggest database. Then 23andMe because it's the second biggest. And then my heritage is the next in size. And so I want to get them into all of these databases because I can do this. I can build this tree using some matches from Ancestry and some matches from 23 and some from my heritage. And again, I'm doing this so that I have as much statistical data as possible when I try to place my person of interest into that tree.
Not when you have somebody who's doing their own DNA testing and then sharing their profile with you so you can build the tree out and try to identify who your biological is. I think I got we'll go to the next slide. It looks like you replaced the people, the matches, with numbers. What's going on here?
Those may be hard to see, but in this case, I'm showing an example listing the centimorgan amounts to the various DNA matches that I can manage to place into this tree.
In this one, you have a whole new red line you didn't have before. How did you figure it out?
So this is a hypothesis. It's an educated guess about where my person of interest might fit into that tree based on how much DNA they share with those 5 matches that I could document. And it might be right, it might be wrong. It's just an educated guess. It's a way to guide my next step in the research.
What is it?
My next step in the research, at this point, might need to dig into another database and see if I can find more matches. I would run the what are the odds analysis tool to see what other hypotheses might fit.
You want to tell me about the what are the odds tool now?
Sure, I can. That's a different slide. So this is the what are the odds tool. You basically build the descendant diagram that was on the previous slide, but into this tool. You enter the centimorgan amounts, so that's the measure of shared DNA. You enter the centimorgan amounts into the Watto tool. We call it Watto for short, WATO. So you enter the centimorgan amounts where those individual DNA matches fit into the tree, and then you can ask the tool to suggest possible hypotheses for you. And that's what those teal boxes are. Those teal boxes are places where the tool is saying your person of interest could fit into this tree in this spot based on the DNA matches.
This tool tells you kind of where to look.
Yes.
In that applying. What do you do from there?
So from here, there are several hypotheses there. You could go back to the previous slide. Thank you. There are several hypotheses there. So what I want to do, and each one of them is going to have a score. And so what I want to do is focus on the hypotheses that have the highest scores, because those are the ones that are most likely. And I might investigate whether, if I'm looking for a birth father, was he in the right place at the time of conception, or was he serving overseas? If he was serving overseas, then I rule him out. I might reach out to members of his family and ask them to do a DNA test for me, because then I can add their DNA match to this analysis and sort of slowly over time focus in on my most likely candidate, for example, if it's the birth father.
Does that mean you reach out to the regular people that haven't chosen to do this and see if they voluntarily want to put their DNA in to help build the family tree?
Yes, at times I will do that.
I think we're ready for this slide.
Okay, so this is just it's the same tree, but I'm showing a different scenario in which the DNA matches were lower. They shared less DNA. This is just another hypothetical example to show how the probabilities and the suggested hypotheses will change depending on how much DNA those matches share with DNA. It does. The lower the DNA matches, the harder it is to actually find what you're looking for.
It's strategic testing, and you've been talking about here. Is that what you mean when you say something you have to ask people to test?
Yes, some genealogists call it target testing, some call it strategic testing. You're essentially reaching out to people who haven't tested yet and ask them, hey, I want to do a genealogy test for me, and you're doing that to help narrow down the connections.
This one has some.
Thank you so much, Brandywine. I appreciate that.
Right, I'm afraid you can't see the scores on that tree because it's kind of small. But those arrows are pointing at the hypotheses in this tree that have the highest scores. So that's where I would try to target relatives who might be willing to do a DNA test for me.
And those scores come from the tool.
Those come from the tool, and they're.
And those give you, I guess, information about which direction is more likely.
Yeah, the probabilities are based on the shared centimorgan amounts.
We're going to shift and talk about forensic genetic genealogy. Tell us what you mean by that.
So forensic is basically pertinent to any sort of legal proceeding or court case, not a lawyer. So I got that wrong. But in this case, sometimes the Department of Justice calls this work forensic genetic genealogy. A lot of practitioners call it investigative genetic genealogy, but it's the same thing.
Yeah, there's so many different terms. Yoli, thank you for the super sticker. Oh my gosh. I appreciate that. Come on now. This DNA stuff is still confusing. Still. Thank you so much, Yoli. I appreciate that. Your time, is I appreciate it so much, having you on here while we're going through this stuff and getting your opinion on all these things. It's so freaking confusing. Even as we're watching some of these, that's not going to be, there's going to be more stuff we're going to be getting into tomorrow with this DNA stuff. Not too much. We're going to be covering a lot of other cases too. Karen Reed, different BTK, different cases. Shout out to the mods for giving me videos and articles throughout the week or the last week and a half for these other cases. I appreciate their help for helping me out. And thank you again, Yoli. I appreciate that so much. We're about 20 minutes away from being done on the testimony. And then, so we'll pause here again in a few minutes. I don't want to keep pausing it because then you kind of like, it'd be hard to really focus on what she's saying just because there's so many different terms and different, I mean, hell, just the different names that it's called. It can be called so many different things. It's like slang, you know, it could be interpreted in different ways too. Um, Getting more out of this. It's it can and it creates either way too, guilt or innocence. You know, you definitely have to. The sad part is that I don't think the jury. Um, oh, Mama J, thank you. Hold on one second. I'll put that up. I do have a Cash App thing for that. I'm afraid the jury's not gonna understand it because I mean, hell, if we're watching this much and we're going through it, this is like the second time, third time actually. Yeah, you know, uh, it just doesn't make any sense. Mama J, I want to put that up there real quick. Hold on. I appreciate that. And let me put this up here. Where did it go? Because it doesn't have a little super sticker for you guys. There you go, Mama J. Thank you so much for the $20 Cash App. I appreciate that. And let me check. I just got a message from Architect here. All right. Oh, I think he's going to be on panel tomorrow, actually, instead of calling in. Rock on. That's going to be fun too. So we'll have the architect on there up there as well. Thank you again, Mama J, for that. I appreciate that, and thank you again, Yoli and Kib Kitty, and Brandy Wine and True Crime, and everybody. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Does that mean it's work that's done for law enforcement?
It's work that's done for law enforcement, and it's also done, oftentimes I think the client might actually be a medical examiner if you're dealing with an unknown remains.
Do you do that kind of work?
I do not.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. There is a book that's on Amazon that me and the mods were. I'm talking about. I'll probably buy it, and I'm going to have classes. So y'all want me to read something? I'm gonna read this DNA stuff. Like I'm gonna get the Cliff Notes book, and we're gonna have classes on it. I'm gonna do classes, so we'll have different episodes. I'm not sure if I'm gonna do it on the lounge, or if it'll be like a members only thing. Probably members only, where we'll have classes, and we'll have lessons on the book. So, and there will be tests. There will be tests. Just saying.
Have you been taught about that?
I have learned a bit about it, yes.
How have you learned it?
I've learned about it by communicating with practitioners who do it, and also by attending conferences and watching recorded videos.
Did you notice you wanted to?
Yes.
There's no other qualifications you need other than what you have right now.
No, not at the moment.
The slide talks about the price and quality of DNA. What kind of DNA needed for forensic use? What kind of use?
So you can use any type of DNA the same as you would use for regular genealogy. You could do mitochondrial, you could do Y chromosome, you could do autosomal, and as I mentioned before, most of this work is using autosomal DNA. And the difference is that if somebody's spitting in a tube, they're providing a lot of DNA, and they're providing clean DNA, and they're providing DNA that gets preserved with the fluid to keep it from breaking down. And that's not always the situation that you're going to find at either crime scenes or if you're dealing with unknown ingredients.
I know we talked about the microarray profile, and if there was another way to get this profile to do your work. Is that where we're going?
That would be awesome, Yoli.
Okay, so next generation genome sequencing is a technique that you can use to analyze the entire human genome. You're not just focusing on the 600 or 700,000 bits that the genealogy company uses. You're trying to sequence the whole thing. And that can sometimes work when there's not enough DNA for a microarray.
How is that done?
It's hard to explain. So I'm using this graphic to try to explain it. So imagine that the solid red line at the top is the entire genome that we're trying to analyze. Next genome sequencing actually focuses on little subsets, and it's kind of like skimming a document. So if you skim a document, you're not reading every single word. Next generation sequencing is not trying to read every single little bit of DNA along the way. Instead, it's skimming little bits, and it's missing a lot on the first skim. And then it skims it again.
What did she say on the last sentence? Here, let me rewind it just a skosh.
To analyze the entire human genome. You're not just focusing on the 600 or 700,000 bits that the genealogy company uses. You're trying to sequence the whole thing. And that can sometimes work when there's not enough DNA for a microarray.
Very true, P. Fox. Very true.
It's hard to explain. So I'm using this graphic to try to explain it. So imagine that the solid red line at the top is the entire genome that we're trying to analyze. Next genome sequencing actually focuses on little subsets, and it's kind of like skimming a document. So if you skim a document, you're not reading every single word. Next generation sequencing is not trying to read every single little bit of DNA along the way. Instead, it's skimming little bits, and it's missing a lot on the first skim. And then it skims it again, and it will miss some on the second skim, but it might pick up bits it didn't pick up the first time. And so it keeps skimming the DNA, and after the analysis is done, you can kind of reconstruct from the little snippets that you skimmed along the way, and you can post the next gap. So these are the portions in Prey that were skimmed in the multiple episodes, and those are called reads in the next generation sequencing process. The more reads you do, the more of the genome you can reconstruct, and the more confident you can be that you did it correctly. Because sometimes if you're skimming a word, you might, the word might be there and you read there because you're reading too fast, right? So the more times you skim an individual piece of DNA, the more confident you can be that it was all accurate.
Is there a number of times that's best practice to skim?
So for medical research, for biomedical research, the companies who sell this equipment recommend that you do 30 times. They call it a 30 times coverage to get a confident read. Oftentimes in forensic work, they're not able to get 30x reads, and so they're working with fewer skimming. And that skimming is not a technical term. I'm just using the analogy to teach this.
Wow, Dog fan, if you'd ever like to hop up on panel or call sometime, please do. I'd love to hear about that. DNA from plants. That's crazy.
You talked about missing information when you skim. This slide says that it's filled in by a word called indication. Is that what this slide means?
So if you can't do 30x coverage of the genome, which is often the case when you're working with low quantities of DNA or contaminated DNA, you won't get the whole genome. You'll be missing pieces. This is a
Yeah, you have
stage
to
of
manipulate
process
it.
called bioinformatics. And you actually have a specialist who goes in and use statistical methods to try to fill in the pieces that were missing in the initial analysis.
Does that mean that person's projecting what would be there? Is that showing us that?
That's showing us the parts that were imputed. That's the term that we would use.
All right, once you have this information after bioinformatics has added their details, then what happens?
So recall that the next generation sequencing is analyzing the entire genome. But the genealogy companies, the matching databases, are not interested in the entire genome. They're not going to analyze the whole genome. They only want the SNPs, so the SNPs, that were analyzed by the microarray. So now the bioinformatician has to go in essentially delete a whole bunch of the whole genome data so that they're only left with the portions that would have been on a microarray had they done microarray conversions.
This happens after they're filled in to make it whole, and they're stripped back to make it usable.
Yes.
Like genetic genealogy database. How do you know if you're not just left with all of those filled in?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
So when these are stripped back out so that they're usable, so they become an SMP, it's usable. This is after the imputation.
Right.
How do you know what is left?
How do you know which parts were imputed and which parts were from the next generation sequencing?
Yeah.
The bioinformatician would have access to that data, but as a genealogist, he would not.
Okay. That question will be for somebody different.
That would be for someone.
After the SNP is created, then
So then you have a file that would look just like what you could get from one of the actual genealogy testing companies, and you can upload that if it's a forensic kit for forensic purposes. You can upload that to two main databases. One of them is called Family Tree DNA, which in the trade we generally just call Ep.299, and the other one is GenMatch. And there are a couple of smaller databases, but they're pretty tiny.
you can go to Ancestry.
No. Ancestry will not let you upload a file into the database, nor will one free. There's no process to do it. The only way to get into those two databases is by spending your time.
All right, on this slide, does this represent most of these companies that do the genetic analysis?
Those are all of the main companies. There are a few smaller ones, but they're really quite tiny, and often for those we don't even have decent estimates of how large they are.
By large, do you mean the number of people that have uploaded the profile or spin it into the one created?
Yes.
There. And I think you let us know that law enforcement uses and can only use GenMatch and Family Tree DNA.
Per the terms of service of the companies, they're only allowed to use Family Tree DNA and GenMatch, and there are two smaller dedicated databases. One of them is called DNA Justice, which has, as of yesterday, about 500 people in it. And the other one is DNA Solved, which is owned by Optum, and I have no idea how many people there are.
Those two that you just talked about, can anybody use those, or are those only law enforcement?
DNA Solved and Optum?
Yes.
Yes, those are only for law enforcement or regular genealogists who have access to any output from those. You can voluntarily contribute your DNA, but then you can't use it for your own genealogy.
And GenMatch and Family Tree DNA, are those law enforcement only, or are those usable by others?
Those are usable by regular genealogists, and both of them existed long before the field of forensic genealogy did.
But they also allow.
They both allow law enforcement to upload the kits, the DNA hits into the database.
My heritage, I don't think we've talked a ton about that. I understand ancestry and 23, we have to give your own sample, they do their own thing. But my heritage, how do you have to do the fitness proof for that?
No, so MyHeritage sells DNA tests, as does Family Tree DNA. So you can send a kit in. Those are cheat swabs, they're not stick. That's technical. But for both MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA, you could test directly with them, but you could also take your data file from one of the other companies and just upload the file. And it's just a text file that has thousands and thousands of lines of DNA data.
So as a genetic genealogist, you are working with somebody and you can take their profile that was made at 23andMe and put it in MyHeritage and Family Tree DNA.
Yes.
You also put it in DIP.
Yes.
And law enforcement can only search Family Tree DNA and GEDmatch. Can they search your person?
If there's a DNA match to my person, they will see that match.
Okay. Does your person have to agree law enforcement to let that happen?
If we're talking about my adoptee, so it's complicated because the rules have changed continually over the past few years. As it currently stands at GEDmatch, if we were to take a brand new kit, a brand new adoptee client, and upload their data to GEDmatch, we would have to consent. The client would have to either consent or decline to consent to participate in law enforcement matching.
If they decline to participate and law enforcement searches GEDmatch, then they should not see your clients.
They should not see my clients. Okay.
Same with Family Tree DNA.
Family Tree DNA, the system is kind of the inverse. If you add a kit to Family Tree DNA, they automatically opt you in. There is a way to opt yourself out, but you kind of have to know where to find it. It's not obvious.
Again, a person can keep their information private, so it doesn't wind up in law enforcement searches.
They yes.
Family Tree DNA. And MyHeritage is different, law enforcement shouldn't upload.
MyHeritage explicitly puts in.
Did I just ask you all questions that related to the arrows?
No. So the database, the total database at Family Tree DNA and the total database at GEDmatch are both larger than the number of people who opted in. So not everyone at Family Tree DNA has opted into law enforcement matching. Not everyone at GEDmatch has opted into law enforcement matching. And so the arrows are the gray bars are showing my estimates. And these are my personal estimates for the number of people in each of those databases who are officially accessible to law enforcement for matching.
And that's because those companies have two categories of yes. I think we're now to the last section where we're going to talk about the work products of genetic genealogy. What does that topic mean?
So these are if I have an adopted client, this is what I would give the client at the end of our agreement. These are the products that I would give them. And in basically everybody who's doing forensic genetic genealogy that I know of, except possibly the FBI, originally trained as a genetic genealogist. So this is what we are all used to giving to our clients.
What are we seeing on this first slide that you give to your clients?
Okay, so those are two of the match lists. The one on the left is what a typical match list looks like at GEDmatch. The one on the right is what a typical match list looks like at Family Tree DNA. For my clients, I will actually screenshot the matches and put that in the appendix to my report. I also copy all of the matches into another program because sometimes people will, they'll be in the match list of my adoptee and then they'll disappear. And so I like to have a record that, hey, when I uploaded this kit, I had these matches there. So even if they decide to delete their kit later, I still have a record that they shared so and so much DNA with my client.
family tree.
It does look like a family tree. And it's anonymized. There are no real people.
Dr. Larkin, what are we seeing on this family tree?
So this is the family tree that I would have built for my client. And this would have attached to it documentation, so birth and death records. It would have census records if I was able to find the family in the census, immigration records, any sort of documentation that I might find. I often will link obituaries if I find them, if I find family photos. A lot of times you might find articles in the newspaper, and I will link everything that I find to this family tree that I then give to the client.
Does that help verify to your client that the results you gave them were accurate?
Yes, it helps verify that all of the relationships that I'm reporting to them are documented and yeah.
And it looks like you give them a copy of the descendant diagram.
I did.
And you give them a copy of what are the odds. And a written report.
I did. If the client requests it, I will write a report.
Other than those things that you give your clients, what would be available on the forensic side of genetic genealogy?
Right, so they should have the original DNA data file, whether it was microarray or the next generation sequencing. I don't need to give that to my client because they had that with them. There are some complications when you're dealing with forensic DNA because I didn't have a person spit a whole bunch of DNA into a tube. Sometimes you might have a mixture where more than one person is represented in the sample. So that needs to be analyzed, and there presumably would be documentation associated with that analysis, which is called deconvolution, D-E-C-O-N-V-O-L-U-T-I-O-N. If there was not, if there was non-human DNA contamination mixed in with the sample, sometimes, and not always, sometimes they will do what is called enrichment, where they're trying to increase the proportion of DNA that is human in that sample. If that process was done at the lab, there should be a record of it. The bioinformatics that we talked about, so imputing any missing data and then stripping out all of the non-genealogical DNA points, all of those, there should be records of.
Oh, I think you have logins or kit numbers.
Right. So when you have once you've gone through all these steps, you've done what we call the wet lab work, where you're actually working with the samples, and then you've done the computer analyses, you end up with the output file that mimics. It's like a fake microarray file, right? So it mimics the data that we would have gotten from a genealogy company. GEDmatch and Family Tree DNA both charge law enforcement to use their database, and so there should be some sort of contractual agreement or receipts that you paid the company for the upload. And then there are logins, because for you to be able to see the matches, you have to log into that account. You have to have access. You have at Family Tree DNA, you have to log into that specific account. At GEDmatch, I believe you can give access to a few different researchers, but they have to know what's called the kit number, which is the unique identifying number for that kit.
When you said fake microarray, it reminded me that when we talked about microarrays, you told us that those contain a ton of personal medical information.
Yes.
This also has a lot of personal.
Yes.
And because there's so many more, people, or kids, or profiles in here, is that a place that somebody that can find a match might want to go?
Yes.
Dr. Larkin? Thank you. I don't have any other questions, but don't leave quite yet. I'll pass it to you.
Thank you. Any cross-examination? Okay, thank you. All right, may this witness be excused?
Yeah.
Okay, if you're excused, you can stay here if you like, or you can get on with your life. Thank you. Your education.
Or you can get on with your life. Very educational. It was. And I don't think the judge was getting bored. He was kind of sucking it all in because on the last, this was the middle testimony. On the last one, that's where he was asking a lot of questions because the prosecution a few times was trying to stop her from Vargas from answering certain questions, and he was overruling the prosecution because he was the one asking the questions.
Yeah.
So I don't think he was bored. I think he was trying to understand it all. It's a lot to take in. So I'm hoping what they'll do with the jury is they'll kind of have like little seminars and stuff on some of these, kind of introduce them to the DNA, kind of like what we've been doing on the last few episodes. We're kind of introducing different parts, different things, different terms, different ways, all these different things. And I hope that maybe they'll have some kind of, I don't know if it's, if that's what they do or not. I've never been on a jury before, but I think it'd be beneficial where they could kind of understand a little bit about it before they get into the trial or as they're
Yeah.
going into the trial,
Well, Cece Moore says she's never had to testify in a trial. At least that's what I remember. Like she's testified at preliminary hearings. And I think that's because, it's how they determined somebody was a suspect. So at a preliminary hearing, those are the things you want to know. So it'll be interesting if this is going to be one of the first cases. And I don't know if anybody like Vargas has testified in a trial. I don't know that. Did Vargas say?
Well, that's the paperwork that I don't know. I don't remember,
Yeah,
honestly.
I don't remember either. But it'll be interesting if this is
We
the
should go over
first
that
case.
again tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't remember. I
need to
don't
go
think
over
she
that.
has.
Okay.
I don't think she has. But if this will be interesting to see if this is one of the
think she
first
did.
cases where like a CC Moore, or did she? Maybe.
I think she did. I think that's, or was it hearsay? Because I remember her talking about certain things in the hearing, and I can't remember if it was hearsay or if she was part of.
I don't remember. I think it would
I'm
have
gonna have to rewatch it tomorrow.
stood out to me, but again, it's very complicated. But I know CC Moore may have said that she's been called to testify for trial and she's like waiting, but she never got to testify. But yeah, this will be, I don't know if it's going to go to trial. I mean, I don't know if this judge is going to look at the evidence so far and say, but the problem is you have a grand jury indicting him. So I don't know how that works. Like, I don't know what the standards are for that, like to overturn it or get it tossed,
I think I'm gonna have to read this tomorrow. 24 pages. I don't know.
What is it?
It's
This is the
that's the notice of intent not to cross-examine.
Oh, I think you know what the
It's
exit.
24 pages.
I think those pages are under seal. Some of those
Yeah.
pages are under seal.
Are they?
Yeah.
That's woo. You talking about putting people to sleep? I'll put people to friggin'
Yeah.
sleep after reading
No.
24 pages. Let me see here.
Yeah. See, there's a. They provide a transcript from another case.
Oh.
Yes, the prosecution provides a transcript
Oh,
from another
wow.
case. Why certain? Well, I haven't looked at it, but I know that that's a transcript from another case.
I could probably read this pretty quick. This is pretty big text font, and I don't.
You're gonna put maybe. Well, it's a transcript. So, oh wait, look. See, Exhibit B, which is the FBI stuff. They actually attached the FBI documentation or whatever it is that they had with Vargas, but they attached it as under seal. So they have to. The prosecution has to protect themselves from this prosecutorial misconduct. So they have to show the goods with the FBI. So the goods are under seal. Unfortunately, we can't see it. But I do know that they did attach, the transcript of a hearing from another case. Whether that's precedent or not, I don't know, because you have to take the individual facts of the case. Because this is not like the transcript is not like a published opinion by the Court of Appeal that you can rely on. So if there was a case that would allow them to do whatever it is they want to do, they would have a published opinion from the Court of Appeal as precedent. Okay, so this is just a transcript. It's not even anything. It's how a court ruled in a certain case. It's not, I don't know if it...
Darylyn Johnson is who it is.
Maybe you should read it. I'll go to my phone and I can listen while I'm
okay.
In case I fall asleep. No, I don't think I will.
Yeah. 5 minutes. Get your comforters and your pillows ready. Put the sleep timer on the TV and chill back. Let me see here. I don't think it would take too long to read, honestly.
Well,
it's pretty big text font.
Like, read the notice and the basis for the notice. That might help.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Yeah. Read it all soft and stuff.
Read it all. What's up? Hey, here we go. What's up? Can't wait to have you on. He's going to be calling in tomorrow, so I'm excited. Yeah, just reach out to me whenever's good, even if definitely don't rush. Take your time, whatever. I'll be live 9 to 5 or possibly longer depending on the court hearing stuff, but I'll be covering a bunch of different cases tomorrow. Shout out to you for that video. I know you were explaining more in detail with that video in the DMs, but definitely save it tomorrow. And then that way you can go ahead and explain all that to everybody, because I think it'll be interesting. I can't wait to get you on panel too, because then once we get you on panel, we can screen share different things while we're chit-chatting and stuff. So and definitely if you got a Five Below by you, this is definitely a cheap way to that's what I first used when I started mine, until I got this microphone here on Amazon. But yeah, I'm excited to have you on tomorrow. Shout out. Awesome video. Definitely go hit up the community tab. I put out a community tab with the video, and then also a link to the conversation when the architect hopped in last Friday and chatted with us. So it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for your time and your company, and thank you for your effort for the community of the true crime and all the victims and the families, and questioning the stuff that doesn't make sense, because there's not enough people out there that do that. And definitely when there's more than one voice, we become a collective force, and that's when hopefully positive change can start to take place. Read it all soft and stuff. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. All right, so this is the notice of intent not to cross-examine defense witnesses, district court decision and records to explain. Yeah, what's up?
It says notice of intent not to cross-examine defense witnesses, plural.
Yeah, plural.
Okay.
And records to explain witness contact. Oh, really? So that's what it
Mhm.
is. The FBI is explaining why they contacted Vargas, I
The
suppose.
FBI.
Yeah. At the hearing on the
Yes.
state's motion for a protective order and defendant's third motion to compel, held on August 18th, 2023, the court allowed the state to reserve cross-examination of two witnesses, Gabriela Vargas, who the defense disclosed without a CV the day before the hearing, and Lee Larkin, who we just watched tonight, for whom the defense disclosed a PowerPoint presentation for the first time during her direct examination. The state has determined that it need not cross-examine either of these witnesses. In addition, the state mentioned during its argument at the hearing that Judge Whitney in Canyon County ruled on a similar issue 1 week prior to the hearing, and that the state would provide the written ruling once available. The transcript of that hearing is now available, and the relevant portion of the transcript is attached as Exhibit A. Finally, at the hearing on August 23rd, 2023, defense counsel suggested in open court that the state had improperly contacted Miss Vargas.
And it wasn't the state though. Here's where it was the FBI. It was the federal government.
Well, I suppose when Bill Thompson instructs,
he's basically saying that the state. So if I were the prosecution, I would say that I would just say that's the FBI shit. I don't have anything to do with the FBI. But he's putting himself in it.
Well,
he
no,
did it.
he did, because he reached out to the
Yes.
FBI and said, well, he said he
he
reached out to the investigators
Mhm.
to go contact Miss Vargas to find out what was going on.
Yeah.
And so I think that's why Ann Taylor suggested that to the judge on the 23rd of August,
Yeah.
because he's the one that states he's the one that was admitting that there was contact, and he's the
Yeah.
one that admitted as to why the contact was taking place in the first place.
Okay. You're right.
So he kind of admitted, that he did it. The state would ask in this court to grant the requested protective order or permit the state to present the information it seeks to protect the court in an in-camera hearing. And that was submitted the 29th of August. So certificate of delivery, I hereby certify that true and correct copies of the notice of intent not to cross-examine defense witnesses, district court decision, and the records to explain witness contact was served on the following in the manner indicated below. E-filed. So this is filed 8/18/2023 by Deputy Clerk Harris Angela. Let's see here, Canyon County. So in the District Court of the 3rd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, and for the County of Canyon. Transcript of proceedings held on August 11th, 2023 before the Honorable Thomas W. Whitney, District Court Judge. That's who did the transcript. All right, for the state, for the defendant, Gabrielle McCarthy. So this is, let's see, I, Kimberly R. Hopkins, RPR, CSR number 703, one of the duty-appointed, qualified, and acting official reporters of the 3rd Judicial District of the State of Idaho, do hereby certify that foregoing transcript made of the proceedings in the manner of the motion hearing before the Honorable Thomas W. Whitney is complete, a transcription as I was able to make. Well, why don't you have a recording and then you go back over your shit and make sure you add what you forgot? Because I think it's pretty fucking important when it comes.
Exactly. Okay, so that's exactly what I was
Precise.
going to say. Oh my gosh. No, yeah. So there should, well, sometimes when they're saying this, they say that they have a recording as well as their transcription. So
it's called quality control. You know,
but that's exactly
Well,
what I was going to say. But the other thing
I mean-
is, yeah, no, yes, they do. They have an audio recording, and sometimes they say it, sometimes they don't. So I don't know if they did or didn't, but that is true. The other thing is, again, this is not law. Okay, this is how a court ruled in another case. It's not. It's you can't use it as a precedent from the Court of Appeal. You know, it's like this is how, I mean, another court can rule differently because it's not set. It's only when it gets appealed that you make law. You know, the Court of Appeal makes the law. So if you have something that, and I know this because when you have something that's emerging or is iffy or it's never been challenged before, like the Uniform Anatomical Gift Act, where you donate body parts, when you have something that hasn't been up at the Court of Appeal, you don't have law. So you're relying on these things, but again, it's not law. So that's all I will caution people about. You know, it could become law, but it's not.
I just don't understand why you even have that. And, you know, I'm sorry. Like, I have to double check my work. If I fucking put, you know, sorry, I forgot to put a fucking, you know, like, my bad. I did it, you know, I tried. You know, if it falls apart, hey, sorry. No.
Well, you know, no, you know, and
sure.
yeah, so trans court reporters, so like if my client has a deposition, they get a chance to review it and make sure it's correct. And otherwise they make corrections. And these types of things, nobody makes corrections. It's not given to anybody to make corrections. So that's very true. You know, unless the judge is going to read it and make corrections, I don't think that happens. It doesn't happen. So, you know, it is true. That's the exact point I was going to make before you made it, but
it just makes fucking sense.
Yeah.
You know, this is, you know, this is like,
and the
when it comes
other
to
thing
these,
is that this is not law,
serious
it's just
shit.
how another court.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it says purchased Fairfax Identity Lab, and they were involved in an examination of one of the hairs recovered from the victim's underwear, and that is why we are making this request. That's the only way we can get this information from them, the court. All right, so that motion is granted. I will sign the order, or rather, I will sign the subpoena. All right, the next issue is the state's motion in limine for non-disclosure or for a protective order barring disclosure that was filed on July 14th, 2023. And Mr. Lagerwall, Mr. Jorgensen, who is going to be addressing that issue, question mark. Mr. Jorgensen, I'll be addressing that today, Judge. The court, okay, do you wish to be heard on that motion? Mr. Jorgensen, this is where I need other voices. You want to read some of this, Yoli? I'll be the court. If not, I can. Jorgensen, Your Honor, go ahead. Jorgensen, thank you. So, Your Honor, as to the legal argument contained.
If you want me to be a voice, I can be the court.
Don't wait. There you go. Can you read from the?
I can read. Can I
no,
read?
I mean,
Of course I can read.
From the StreamYard.
Yeah.
Let me see. Is this too much? No, that's too much.
Can I read?
No, I meant from the. Oh shoot! I meant from the screen.
No, I can read.
Let's see here.
So go ahead, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. So, Your Honor, as to the legal argument contained in this state's brief of memorandum in support of this motion, in Lamont, I don't have much to add. So, what would I like to do? So, what I would like to do is give the court, for the record, a general overview of specifically what we're asking not be disclosed and why. And then if the court has any questions for me as to the nature of this investigative genealogy or to our legal argument, I will defer to the court. But the overarching purpose of this motion, Judge, that's a good word, overarching, is to ensure that the state is fully transparent, both, ooh, I like that, both with the court and with the defense regarding the investigation of the case and what evidence the state will, or in this case, will not be introducing at trial. Because as we know, we will not be introducing any of this evidence at trial. This is why we believe it is not discoverable and is immaterial to the defense's preparation. Whoa, this is the same kind of shit.
Yeah.
Where's Canyon County?
Yeah.
Where's
okay, so let me
Canyon
just
County?
make a comment. So
Yeah.
if it's in Idaho somewhere, but here's the thing.
It's the same shit. Okay.
It is. But so you think about a lie detector test. If the defense gives a lie detector test to their client and they fail, they don't have to send it to the defense counsel. So they're trying to make the same argument here that the genealogy stuff, that what they did, they don't have to turn it over. But it's a bit different when you need to determine how did Brian Koberger become a suspect in the first place. And it's a bit different. Okay, so
this is crazy.
Yeah, so go ahead.
Canyon County. Like this is what they're like. This is a shit right here. Hey, this is, but it's not going to be discoverable because it's okay. So why are you coming at the court with that shit if you're not going to use it? Why?
Yeah, it's because the basis. Yeah, because it's because they used it to determine that Brian Koberger was a suspect. So Ann Taylor wants to know, I want to see that because that's how you began this thing. You determined he was a suspect by using tools. So I want to see it.
Yeah, tools that you're patching tires.
Yeah.
If the DNA if your DNA profile is like a tire, there's and what they're doing is there's chunks of that tire that are missing, and they're filling in those chunks. That's why the LE reaches out to them in the first place, is because they can't get a complete profile, and they need them to create the complete profile.
Right. And do we know the facts of this case? Based on what you read, do we know the facts of this case? This particular case?
No.
You don't. And that is the point. You need to know the facts of the particular case. And when you have a case like Brian Koberger, where the question is, how did he become a suspect? Well, that's a different question. I don't know what the question here is. It's not in context.
It's almost like that silent grand jury.
Yeah, it's not in context. So I don't know what the facts are in this case. Tell us why this has come about. And they don't. That part of the transcript, or if there is a transcript, is not there. So
that, man,
again, this is not law. This is how one courtroom or judge determined. Yeah, this is how one judge determined, based on particular facts, determined an issue on this. So we don't know all the facts in this case.
And it's part of the Boise metropolitan area. That's creepy. It looks like, maybe somebody was learning from somebody. It said, that being said, it is not the state's, listen to this. That being said, it is not the state's prerogative to decide and dictate what is and is not discoverable. And that is why we brought this motion before the court. With respect to what is investigative genealogy, investigative genetic genealogy, I would just also note for the record that Section 3 in the factual and procedural background of our memorandum is really more an offer of proof, or rather the state's recitation of the facts as we understand them. Sections 1 and 2 really just detail the history of the case. I don't think there's any dispute as to that background, but as to Section 3, I just want to clarify, we are not asking the court to make findings of fact We are offering to the court our understanding of this investigative practice. So it's what they understand.
And it's what's included. If you go back, it's what's included in the motion. I don't know that they've attached the motion. I don't know what's included. If you go back a little bit.
Oh.
Yeah. They talk about the background. So it says procedural. Okay, just another section 3. In the factual and procedural background in the memorandum, which is motion, okay, is really more an offer of proof. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what section 3 says.
Well, this is
Did they
Canyon
attach
County.
the motion along with it?
I don't know. I just saw the transcript,
Yeah, but
and
the
then
motion,
it was,
what?
and then that's the end of it. Yeah. Let me see here. Where did
Continue.
Yeah, I'm trying to find my spot.
God, this gets under my skin.
So with that, what is investigative genetic genealogy? I would begin by noting I am not a scientist. This information that we are offering to the court is really a broad, overarching layman's perspective and understanding of what this DNA profile is and what was done with it with respect to the genealogy part of the investigation. So I begin first by noting the difference between STR and SMP or SNP in the context of DNA science. We heard a lot about that these last few episodes.
Yeah, he's talking about science now, although he's not a scientist.
Let me see here. This is probably just some report that they had, and then they looked it up on Google. Now STR stands for short tandem repeat. When we think of DNA evidence, just colloquially, colloquially. That's like Louisville. You got to talk with marbles in your mouth.
Just colloquially, culturally.
You got to talk with marbles in your mouth. Colloquially. There we go. Culturally. That is generally.
That's colloquial.
There's a lot of freaking lees. This is generally what we're talking about in this short tandem repeat profile that is obtained from a sample of DNA at a crime scene and is then screened through the CODIS database. So what a short tandem repeat is this is a technique that has been, again, according to my understanding, has been developed by DNA scientists over the course of decades. And the purpose of it is to basically identify the portions of the genome where we see the greatest variability. So human beings, just a species, share approximately 99.9% of their DNA. So STR is a technique that is designed to get that 0.01% or approximately 3 million points of data from the DNA. So the genome has approximately 3 billion. STR looks at 3 million specific points, which we saw that last night. And those are taken from particular loci or locations along the various chromosomes. So every individual has 23 chromosomes. We saw that last night. 22 are autosomes and where all the genetic information is, and then the 23rd is an X or a Y, which determines the individual's sex. As so, STR looks again at specific points and it compares those for variability. And from that, scientists are able to gain probability estimates to link a sample to a suspect. In the SMP or an SMP, it says as from that. Yeah, they're able to gain probability estimates to link a sample to a suspect. Yeah.
A suspect.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And an SMP or an SMP is a single nucleotide polymorphism. Now in shout out CC Moore, thank you, because I heard those words enough. Now in STR, these variability points, they're summarized in letters TS, AS, CS, and GS. Each one of those T and A or T and T or C and G that in a single nucleotide polymorphism is an SMP. We saw that shit last night. Watch it. It's a lot easier to understand with the graphs and shit like that.
Oh my God. Yeah.
In cases such as this, where the genetic material that was found at the crime scene, or in this case, found in the victim's
underwear.
Yeah, the clothing.
Not in a knife sheath.
Yeah, it's the DNA.
We're talking about
hair.
Specimen found in the victim's underwear. What kind of well, yeah.
A hair.
So we don't have a hair in this case. We don't have a hair in Brian Koberger's case.
No. And they have a hair. So
A hair.
yeah, which is way the other shit. It's like, oh,
It's not touch DNA.
The sheath could have been tossed on a sweater that BK wore that
Exactly.
was in somebody else's car, and they could have threw it on there, grabbed it, went in and did the crime, and his skin cells are in there.
Exactly.
You're constantly shedding skin cells all the time. Where do you think dust comes from as well? It's a collection of things. In this case, it was a hair. That particular hair may not contain enough genetic information to get an entire STR profile. That was the case in this case. And so when the state sent the hair that was tested by Dr. Green to his lab at UC Santa Cruz, what Dr. Green's methodology is to use his proprietary and developed method to extract essentially every SMP that he can from that hair. Every single nucleotide polymorphism that he can extract, he extracts. Now again, that doesn't necessarily give him enough for an STR profile, but what it did do in this case is it enabled him to create an SMP profile that can be used for genealogical purposes. Now, what we're talking about with the SMP profile for genealogical purposes is ultimately really the same thing that we're now familiar with in our common everyday culture with things such as Ancestry.com. For example, I myself got an Ancestry.com profile for me. I had to spit it in a little tube. You send your spit off, they make a SMP profile, and they upload it in their database. And that's precisely what investigative genetic genealogy is. So from this SMP profile that Dr. Green developed from his testing of that hair, an investigator uploaded that profile into a genealogical database just as you or I would with Ancestry, 23andMe, or 23andMe, something along those lines. We were just talking about it a little bit in the show. Sending off sample and uploading it into the profile into a database just as you or I would. Not as LE would, just as you and I would. In this case, particularly as we noted in Chambers, the investigator was affiliated with the FBI, and then the database, whatever database they use, that is a private company, a private third party, and so the state does not have any information from that private third party or from the FBI that we could Is that what's taking place right now? Is that why they don't have documentation? Is that why they don't have some information because of this right here? That's what we've been saying.
Probably, but
that's what we've been saying.
In this case, and that's what in this case, okay, this particular case is different than Brian Koberger's. In Brian Koberger's case, they don't have a hair. Sorry.
Yeah. It
That's
works both ways. That's the damn truth, architect. Works both ways. Sorry, I'm reading these documents, so I don't have a chat feed up. Once I get different fucking screens, I can do that shit. But right now, all I can do is, so this says, it says it right there. That's what I've been saying. I think might be taking place a while back. Was that I don't think maybe they just don't have it because they're not privy to it. We're not certain what we could or would get if we were ordered by the court to try. But the point that we want to make is regardless of the court's ruling on that, this was simply an investigative technique that was aimed at trying to find a suspect. And again, see, trying to find it. They thank you for your your honesty, right? No, what you did was fucked up. And again, it's not going to be used at trial because the whole purpose of it is to simply to identify potential suspects. So we didn't do it because we knew no, we wanted to try and get some potential suspects. So it doesn't matter how we got to BK because it was simply we were looking for suspects and he happened to pop up. So why should we tell you how we got to BK? Is that what is this
But that's
what
a
they were
suspect. That's not
is
enough
this
to arrest.
is this what they were telling? Is this what they were saying in this private, this silent grand jury thing?
Yeah, but you don't
Is this
suspect
what they were saying?
doesn't mean he did it. It's a suspect. There might be other suspects like those unknown DNAs that were found. So
Yeah, but
what it means, it's a potential
I don't know. Something's
suspect.
fishy.
It doesn't mean that you go down to his parents' house and with the SWAT team and arrest him. It's a tool. It's an investigative
Something's
tool.
fishy. Something's fishy. Because this sounds so. This is like cookie cutter shit right here. I'm reading this shit, and you can just basically apply it to what's going on, and it would totally make fucking sense.
And so why wouldn't if this genetic DNA genealogy shit, if it named him, if it caused BK to be a suspect, why not watch him?
Right,
Why
Tracy?
not interrogate him? Why not interview him? Why so you have Dylan saying that he had bushy eyebrows. Okay, so that's enough. That's enough right there, that he had bushy eyebrows, and you have this genetic genealogy tree that so that's enough to go banging down his door and his parents' door. I mean, God.
Well, and this is the crazy thing is like they're trying to get this. The defense is trying to get this exculpatory evidence, and in the state's own paperwork, it says that while it says that BF has evidence pointing to Koberger, it also says in the same damn sentence that she also has exculpatory evidence. So it's like, why aren't you offering it? The defense has to have a seventh fucking request. Come on now. It's like two fucking kids playing, and one of them wants to fucking play with the toy that the other kid has in the toy box, while the other kid's busy with something else, and the kid that's busy with the toy but no, you can't play with the toy that's in the toy box. I'm busy. What the fuck, No, you can't have it. 7 times. Can I please have it? Can I please? No, you can't have it, even though it's in the toy box. Come on. Once a genealogist constructs a family tree and identifies a particular family line that may be connected to, again, that hair from which the S&P profile was derived, it is incumbent on law enforcement to then find their own independent evidence to investigate those individuals to determine whether there's an actual reason to believe any of them may have committed this crime.
Yes. Oh my God.
And just to emphasize, the genealogist is doing the same sort of genealogy that you and I would do with an ancestry type profile. There is, of course, the added reality that law enforcement has access to, databases and things that a common citizen would not. But again, it is purely investigative. It's just an investigative tool. We're not doing anything wrong. It's purely for a lead or a tip to give investigators a potential avenue to investigate the suspect again.
In other words, it's not probable cause.
Right. And so that's why they don't need to say shit. And so that is why we're not introducing it at trial. It was just an investigation. It is not substantive evidence. And that, again, is why we believe it is not discoverable.
Substantive.
Yeah.
In this case.
I'm tired. I worked all day. I'm tired. And as I noted at the outset, hey, you're a lawyer. I'm not. Your Honor, our brief, I think, really says all. I wish I would have been one. That says all that needs to be said. about Rule 16 and our position as to know how it relates to this type of investigation. If the court has any questions for me on that, I would be happy to address it, or any additional questions as to the IGG. So the court basically
The court.
says,
So take your time.
take your time. So, Your Honor, sorry about that. I will get to your question. Mr. Lagerwald just wanted me to take a brief moment to clarify some of the science that I summarized with respect to
Dear God.
STR. So STR, I think I generally described it correctly, but specifically it is genotyping of, what's that word, Yoli? Allele? Allele?
Allele.
Allele. Length at defined.
Allele.
Allele. At
Loci.
marbles. Length at defined loci along these
Loci.
chromosomes. Loci. And then an allele being a variation of a gene at the locus. So that's the variability we're talking about. I just wanted to make sure we're accurate for the record as to, again, our description of that practice. With that, Your Honor, I'd be happy to address your questions.
So the court. So genealogical databases of some sort were used to narrow down the search by law enforcement in this case. But those databases were not used specifically identify Mr. Dalrymple as the person the state believes to have committed the crime. You have to scroll down.
Oh, sorry.
In this case, is that accurate?
So, Mr. Lagerwall, this is my understanding, Your Honor. My understanding is that the genealogical work that was done identified the Dalrymple family line, and then it was that information that our local law enforcement used to begin looking into various members of the Dalrymple family, ultimately identifying Mr. Dalrymple as their prime suspect.
The court. Okay, got it. Okay, all right. I don't have any other questions, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Judge.
The court. Mr. McCarthy, are you ready to be heard on this motion, or do you need a break to talk to Mr. Dalrymple?
Yeah, however, I'm ready, and my comments will be brief.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Judge, I'm not sure that I understand the controversy that the state is bringing before the court. And as long as the state turns over every document and tangible item in their possession or in state law enforcement's possession, then I believe that they've complied with discovery. If there is discoverable information out there that for some reason they want a protective order, then I'd ask that they file a motion for a protective order. And if it's reasonable, we would agree to not share it with outside parties as long as the defense has complete access to it. I don't. So I don't have any objection to the court entering an order as long as it preserves the disclosure of the scope of this discovery that I've described, and as long as it does not foreclose the defense in the future filing either a motion to compel or one or two, a motion to exclude evidence if discoverable information has not been provided to the defense. I don't have any information that has occurred today. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. So as long as we get everything discoverable from the state, and as long as we can file motions in the future if we want to, I don't have any objection to whatever order that the court wants to either.
All right. Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. Jorgensen, anything further?
Yes, Judge, just a brief response to Mr. McCarthy's point, and a sip of coffee, too. First, I forget to note that for the record, with respect to the S&P profile itself, that S&P profile that was uploaded to a database to begin the genealogical research, that will be tendered to defense. At the moment, it remains in Dr. Green's possession. There will be additional testing, and once everything is done, the defense will get to that. So the defense can essentially recreate a genealogical investigation if they see fit. As to the substance of Mr. McCarthy's comments, I simply voice my concern that the purpose of the state's motion, essentially to seek an order from the court finding that the IGG information, as we've described, that is in the possession of outside third parties, the FBI and databases, private companies, that we are not obligated to disclose that. Again, I don't know what we could reasonably expect to discover if we had to attempt to obtain any of that documentation. And I would note for the record as well that anything we have as far as physical documentation will go to defense, including, again, that SNP profile. So I don't think it would make sense to leave open the possibility of a motion to compel, because what we're really asking the court to rule on is that the state is correct in its assessment that we do not have an obligation under Rule 16 to pursue or disclose any additional information that is not in our possession at this time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. Mr. McCarthy, anything else?
Judge, I'd ask the court not to enter that order because I don't know what I don't know. Yeah. The defense doesn't know what it doesn't know, in that we haven't filed a motion to compel. I trust that the state has disclosed everything, or will disclose every document, tangible item, every subject to Rule 16, but I don't want an order out there that stops the state from taking any affirmative action in the future. Frankly, I just don't know what the investigation is. I don't know the people to contact and everything. And also, apparently, we're talking about an investigation that was partially conducted by the FBI, and I'm not prepared to answer anything about that today. I understand that Mr. Lagerwall and Mr. Jorgensen don't have fiat over the FBI and can't order them around, but I'm not prepared to answer today what obligations the state of Idaho has with respect to information. That an investigation was conducted by federal authorities, and whether or not you can say today, well, just forget about it, you don't have to look into it any further. So I just think that what we're talking about right now would just be the subject of a motion to compel if the defense choose to bring one later. But we haven't done that, and I don't know that we will. And so I don't know that the court needs to enter an order at all.
The court. All right. Thank you. Well, let me start with the motion itself. Again, it was filed on July 14th, 2023, and you got to scroll down. It's entitled State's Motion in Limine for Non-Disclosure, or in the alternative, Motion for a Protective Order barring disclosure. And in the first paragraph, here's what the state is seeking, quote, an order finding that the state is not required to disclose any information relating to the use of investigative genetic genealogy, IGG, as an investigative technique in this case, unquote. So that's overbroad. I understand what you're arguing, Mr. Jorgensen. I am going to enter an order that you're not obligated. The state is not obligated to disclose any genealogical database not in its possession. So the databases that were used during this IGG process, my understanding is you don't possess them. That's right, isn't it?
That is correct.
Yeah, so I'm going to enter an order that you're not required to disclose any genealogical database not in your possession, but I'm not going to enter an order saying that you're not required to disclose any information relating to the use of investigative genetic genealogy, because the defense must get copies of what you actually get, such as the report. Even though I understand it's not your intention to introduce it at trial, still, Mr. Dalrymple and his attorneys have a right to know how it was that things were narrowed down to him, because it may be that they can use that information to prepare a defense.
There you go.
So what you have must be disclosed, but that doesn't, of course, include genealogical database because you don't have that. Does that make sense to you, Mr. Jorgensen?
It does, Your Honor, and I just want to note for the record again, for the sake of transparency and candor to defense and to the tribunal, that there is no report in our possession. Sound familiar? And it appears that we would not be able to get one even if we tried. And that's the crew of it. So if I certainly understand the court's point, if we were ever to obtain anything from the FBI, for example, of course, would we disclose it? But the chances of that occurring appear to be zero at this point in time. Wow, this is crazy. This is a crazy document.
Got it. Okay. Yeah, got it. Okay. And it's, granting the motion in part and denying it in part preserves for you, Mr. McCarthy, what you were talking about. And that is, in the future, if evidence develops such that the defense has a right to more than it's received, file a motion. I'll address it at that time. But right now, the only ruling is that the state doesn't have to disclose any genealogical database not in its possession. And Mr. Jorgensen argues that there's no report to disclose either. Well, clearly under Rule 16, if he doesn't have the report, how is he going to disclose it? So, that's already not covered by the rule. But I do think the motion is well taken. It's fair to order at this time that the state need not go and try to obtain copies of those databases because that's not something in your possession. And Mr. McCarthy is equally able, perhaps through the use of Rule 17 subpoena process, to get those databases if he wanted them for his work for Mr. Dalrymple. Let me just pause 1 second. So what this judge is saying is that the defense can subpoena the FBI to get that stuff. That's what I understand here, pursuant to Rule 17, but I don't know what Rule 17 is. And then it says, that seems unlikely, but it may be likely.
Maybe.
I'm leaving that door open. That's up to Mr. Dalrymple's and his attorneys to determine. So I'll enter a short written order on that. Anything else on that issue, Mr. Jorgensen, before we move on?
Would you like the state to prepare an order, or will the court?
I'll do it.
Thank you.
Thank you for offering, Mr. McCarthy. Before we move on to the next issue, anything else on that? Of course, there's going to be shit.
Judge, I just want the court to clarify for my client that the court's ruling on this issue has nothing to do with trial inadmissibility or admissibility of any topic. This is just the state turning over information in its possession to the defense.
Correct.
Because I think my client had some discomfort with whether or not any of this would be appropriate to introduce at trial. But the court's ruling has nothing to do with the admissibility or inadmissibility at trial.
That's correct. And Mr. Dalrymple, your lawyer is going to find out and then share with you what the state did that led it to accuse you. So your lawyer is going to find out what happened there.
Right. I got all that.
Okay. All right. And it's just the databases themselves that the state doesn't even possess, that the state is saying they want an order. That they don't have to get that and turn it over. And that is the law. They don't have to do that under Rule 16. They don't have to go get those things not in their possession. So I'll enter a short written order on that. Now, Mr. Lager-Wall, was there anything else the state wanted to address today? Of course, there is.
Yes, Your Honor. The state did file a second notice of consumption This was filed on July 14th. I'm ready to
Consumption.
consume some food too. This is dealing with the
I don't know what
consumption.
that is.
We had this argument with the court prior, especially those pancakes with the sausage in the morning. Check, come hang out tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, daytime true crime. It was just about notifying the defense appearing in open court so the defendant understands testing processes and procedures that will be employed. We specifically identified that this is dealing with additional hairs. These are beyond the hairs that we've already talked about with the court, and we've gotten to an agreement that the evidence could be consumed. This was dealing with Q29Q1. There was 2 hairs. We dealt with Q29Q1, one of the hairs. This would be hair number 1 of Q29Q1. There was no order for that prior. There's also Q29Q2. This hair again was found associated with the clothing of our victim, Darylyn Johnson. And then lastly, one of the hairs has been identified as Q29. We gave the identifying lab under seal. Wow. That's a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
We gave the lab. What the? Sorry I missed all your comments, everybody.
I know. I couldn't look. I'm getting so no okay, so what the court said is that doesn't preclude the defense from subpoenaing things from the FBI. But if the FBI doesn't have it, and somewhere I heard that the FBI like didn't have it. I don't know where I heard that, but if the FBI doesn't have it, well, then you have spoliation of evidence or an improper investigation. And I'm sorry, you have Moscow, Idaho, and you have a small town that needed Idaho State Police and needed the FBI to help them. That's my understanding. Because it was an awful case. You probably even needed the university's police to help. I mean, to do all those interviews, to do all of that. Well, they step into the shoes of local law enforcement. I mean, you know, the jurisdictional issues. This was not a crime that happened across states. This happened in Idaho. Okay, it happened in Idaho. So, you know, if they had killed Ethan in Washington and the rest were found in Idaho, well, then it would be a cross-state investigation where the FBI would be involved, because if they have one suspect that did it both, he's crossed state lines. But we don't have that here.
And we don't even know like how many people weren't interviewed, because there was a lot of people that left for the holidays.
Well, and
you know,
yeah,
how many people were
and you have
able to
interviews
get
from
away
different
and not-
agencies, probably.
I mean, you
Yeah.
can count the
And you have-
Moscow PD force on 2 fucking hands. Well, I mean, more than that, but
yeah. So
20 something.
So you have these agencies that stepped in to help as local law enforcement. They can't use that. I mean, they can't say, "Oh, we're a different agency, so sorry, you can't get that information."
No, you have
the
people
whole purpose
admitting
was
it
to
right
help
there.
local law enforcement. Their investigative materials.
It's
Yeah,
a
you
tool.
have to be able. You can't hide it. I still am not sure how Brian Koberger became a suspect. I'm still not sure.
Well,
Like,
it's how did the sheath get there?
well, that's the other thing.
That's because that's how they got him as a suspect. How did the sheath get there? That's where we, you know, when you go through the
they
PCA,
entered.
there's
Okay.
different things. Yeah.
Yeah. So
There's
they
different
got the
statements.
sheath and they. Okay, so they got the sheath and they found trace DNA, touch DNA, transfer DNA, and they put it in CODIS. I don't know if they put it in CODIS, but they should have. And they got
probably
nothing.
did.
Yeah, I think they did. They got
probably did.
nothing.
Yeah. because he just had like a
Okay,
traffic
so
infraction. I mean,
so
it
they
was
go to
nothing
this
major.
genealogy thing. They go to this genealogy thing and they get this profile in a record time. Like based on the witness, it takes time. Like they got it in a record time. Like, how did you do that?
What's up,
Let's
Brett?
talk about the lab. Let's talk about the lab and how they did that in record time. Like, you know, like what was this Speedy Gonzalez doing? Like some kind of testing
Well,
that
that's
was
how
like,
you know. Right there. How long did it take you to get your DNA or your 23andMe?
well, that's yeah. How did they do it in that time? That's what
Right
you want to
there.
know.
Well, that's what this
Oh, it
document
took
is.
it took a
Yeah,
while.
they sent in a profile like you or me would, and you know that's what they're saying. We did this like you or me would, not the not the route that you need to make sure you can't use the check marked don't use. It's a way to use to bypass it. They're basically saying, why do we have to
did you
show?
see
Because
that?
it was an investigative tool.
Yeah, but you did see in that transcript that the sample they were gonna give the sample over to the defense to do their own testing. Is that right? I mean, that's what I read in the transcript.
Well, what you're using fresh source DNA to do these to run all these tests. You're not reusing the same DNA over and over and over. How much would even be left is the bigger question. I don't.
That's
out
yes.
of 20
Was there
skin
enough?
cells. Out of 20 skin cells, how much is left?
Yeah, was there even enough?
Is there even enough for the defense to test it? And then with the unqualified, you're talking about all the processes to determine, that's what these people, these labs do, is they investigate or try to recreate these profiles.
Yeah.
Enrichment is what they call it for this DNA. How is it not qualified then? What does that even mean?
Yeah, it's very, very, very suspicious. And so one
Tons of paperwork,
Bread
too.
to Kill is asking. Hold
What's
on.
up, Katie?
He's asked. Bread to Kill is asking if whoever did this cross state lines to commit the act, it could be considered federal, right?
It would have to be
Well,
state lines. He did cross because he
well,
went from
no. I mean,
Pullman
look,
to Moscow.
you have a
You're
murder.
crossing state lines.
Yeah, I don't know
In
that
the
the
PCU.
residency of the. I don't know if the residency of the killer qualifies as crossing state lines. There would have to be multiple killings across states.
Okay,
Like
so just because he
serial
left,
killers. Yeah, like
so
serial
just because
killers.
he left doesn't mean.
It
Okay,
doesn't
so if he
necessarily mean
committed a crime while he was in Pullman and then went to Moscow, then
in
that's when
Idaho.
that would take effect. Or, yeah, Pullman and Moscow,
Yeah, if he
Washington
committed
and
a crime,
Idaho.
yeah, if he committed a crime in Idaho, he's subject to the jurisdiction of Idaho. But if he committed a crime in, yeah, go ahead.
What I'm saying is he would have to what you were saying a minute ago, he would have to have committed a crime in Pullman, Washington, and then committed the crime in Moscow, Idaho, for then it to have the federal effect or whatever you want to call it when it comes to the crossing state lines. So not necessarily that he's leaving to go do it. It's the crimes being committed across state lines is what would make that take place. Okay.
Yeah. So like if I go to Detroit and I commit a crime, well, I commit the crime in Detroit, I'm subject to Detroit, law. I mean, the feds aren't going to get involved. But if I'm involved in killing people across the country, then the feds are going to be involved because there's a pattern. There's a pattern where I'm committing crimes in different states.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to make sure that I answered Bread to Kill's question. But the bottom line is we don't know. There's a hair involved in this case, in that case with the transcript. There's a hair.
A hair.
And there's multiple hairs. They talked about the other hairs, right?
Two. Yeah, there's two.
Yeah. we don't have a hair in this
That's
case.
a lot stronger than 20 skin cells. Just saying.
Yeah.
A hair is for sure.
So
A hair is for sure. You could toss that sheath on a sweater that somebody wore,
Exactly.
and it's right there on the sheath. It's
exactly.
right there.
So those are the issues I have with that, and God, it gets under my skin. It's like I want to just jump in there and just say, Your Honor, like I just would not leave that courtroom until something's done.
Yeah,
but you know you can't do that.
It's sad that they got to keep asking and asking and asking and asking.
I
We'll
say
get into
that,
some more documents tomorrow. Some of the other ones that I haven't got into the last few days,
Yeah.
just because
Mhm.
we're getting into other stuff. But it's gonna be a long show tomorrow. I appreciate you hanging out, Yoli.
No problem.
It was nice. 3 episodes. We got it all knocked out. Something I
Yeah.
needed to do for a while. We did it. Now we're on to the next. And we'll be getting into some other newer cases and stuff too coming up. There's just some things that I've been needing to get knocked out for the last week and a half, 2 weeks. I want to get those knocked out. Next thing coming up is body cams. And then be finishing up the grub truck after the body cams. But the next thing I'm going to be doing is getting into the body cams. We'll be going into the Truth and Transparency body cam tomorrow, probably right away in the morning, honestly, after I get through a couple videos, you know, as I'm waking
happened?
up
I
with
didn't hear.
everybody. So, I'm sorry, what? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah, something went buggy.
Oh, StreamYard?
Mhm.
Yeah, I was talking to Silky and she said EVU sucks, so I'm going to be sticking with StreamYard for right now, and we'll go from there. So,
Okay.
but yeah,
Okay,
listen,
I'll be listening
anytime,
tomorrow
reach out to
morning.
me. Yeah, hop in, call if you want. Just
Yeah.
reach out to me. We'll have to get you on Discord at some point because that's what'll give me a notification in my ear. Because sometimes, or either
Okay.
Twitter, I'll notice I have a notification on Twitter. Those are the two things that I get to the
Okay.
quickest. But Discord definitely hits me up in here. Thank you so much for your time and
No
you know, hanging out this week with us. I really appreciate it. You're
problem.
more than welcome every
Okay,
time.
so I'll be listening.
Yeah, everybody loves you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Okay, so I'll be listening until like 12 p.m. my time. I don't know what time, 3 hours. So then after 12.
Yeah, hop on in.
Okay, so
Yeah,
after
well,
12 p.m. my time.
Okay. I'll just email you a link and then you can click
Okay.
it whenever because we're gonna have different guests up and everything tomorrow. It's gonna be a great show. So I'm looking forward to it.
Okay, and believe me, I'm getting more out of this than you will ever understand.
Aw.
I'm like on fire about this case.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Well, I'm glad. And thank you so much for your comfort, you know, because who knows, you know, maybe you never would have hopped up, you know. So thank you so
And
much for your
maybe, and you know, it
comfort.
makes me want to go into criminal law, but we'll see. Baby steps.
Do
Baby
it.
steps. All right. Good night, everybody.
Good night. Thank you
Good
so
night.
much, Yelly.
No problem.
Yeah, definitely hop on tomorrow. We're gonna have a bunch of guests,
Good
so it's gonna be awesome. Good night. And to you all as well. Yes, I'm looking forward to the body cams as well. That's something I've been wanting to get in for a few weeks here. So I'm excited to start doing some of that tomorrow. And so, like I said, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern, we'll be back. If there's anything you want to send me, go ahead and send it to me to these links. And thank you all for hanging out so much. Thank you for being a part of the community. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your dedication, your trust, and your support. And I'm just going to keep coming back stronger and stronger. And look at this shit. What a great week. Got a lot of shit knocked out. And we're rolling, baby. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Peaceful and positive evening. And I might hop on the lounge for a little bit. I don't know. We'll see. But if not, I'll see you tomorrow morning. Can't wait. Good night, everybody.
And services.